Good evening and welcome commissioners, applicants, and interested parties to the June 5th, 2025 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. My name is Chris McIntyre. I am the chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and I'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Chapter 260 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing wetlands protection, and Chapter 263 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing stormwater management. The Conservation Commission meeting is now open and its session is being held on Zoom. If you have any questions for the commission, put them in the Q&A section of the Zoom application. Please include your name and address to be recognized. When called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is the town's conservation agent, Charlotte Pechtel, and the town administrator, Melinda Wall. I will now take a roll call vote of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, present.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Bagnell, present.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Sanjeev Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, present.
and Chris McIntyre, present. Okay, first we have meeting minutes for 12/7/2023 and 12/14/2023 for approval. We'll go with 12/7/2023 first. Did everyone have a chance to review?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone, do I have a motion to approve these minutes for 12/7/2023?
So move.
A second, and we can take a voice vote. All in favor of approving the 12/7/2023 meeting minutes? Aye.
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 Next we have the 12/14/2023 meeting minutes. I make a motion that we approve these minutes as well.
Second.
All in favor? of approving
Aye.
minutes? Aye.
Aye.
Good. Okay, motion passes. Those minutes are approved. Our first public hearing is RDA 25-07, which is new, so I'll read into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform for a request for determination of applicability 25-07 to replace existing driveway, hardscape, and landscape features within the 50-foot and 100-foot coastal buffer zones for Beth Ann Carney and Joseph Struzieri at 481 Jerusalem Road. The public is invited to offer input by emailing C. Pechtel. Details to access Zoom platform are on the Cohasset Conservation Commission at cohassetmass.gov. In the meeting hearing notes, information regarding application will be available prior to the meeting. Charlotte, do you have anyone from this RDA to promote?
Sean. Hi, Brendan. I don't see the applicants in the audience, but I guess can you introduce yourselves for the record?
Sure. For the record, Brendan Sullivan with Merrill Associates, civil engineers and land surveyors. Here with Sean Pappas, landscape architect, representing Beth Carney and Josh Stuzieri at 481 Jerusalem Road. Pull up the plan here. So you see the plan up there. So Jerusalem Road to the south, we get the Atlantic Ocean to the north. It's rock outcrops ledge down to the beach down below. Existing single-family home. We have a coastal bank associated with a floodplain, Zone X, which most of the property's in, but we do have a VE elevation 26 that goes through the back of the property, So the resource area here is the coastal bank, which is the retaining wall that lies in the rear of the property that creates kind of a level area behind the house before it drops off into the ledge. Those buffer zones are the 50-foot buffer you can see comes through the house and a little bit into the front yard area where the work will be. 100-foot buffer encompasses a good portion of the driveway in the front yard. So this project is really a landscape project in the front of the property. We are taking up, redoing basically the entire, it's a U-shaped driveway in and out from Jerusalem Road. We're making some crushed stone wheel runs, so we're eliminating a lot of pavement. We're eliminating approximately 1,450 square feet of hardscape within the 100-foot buffer. There's a little bit of work to be done in the 50-foot buffer on the southwest corner of the property. And the rest of it's between the 50 and the 100. And so there's my plan, and then we have Sean's plan, shows a little more detail. Some of the plantings, retaining walls, as I said, wheel runs, and maintaining this paved driveway to access the existing garage. Really, that's about it.
Brandon, just one thing to note, this is Sean Papich, Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street in Hingham, Massachusetts. That whole area that's right in front of the house between the existing retaining wall, it's a little low retaining wall, right in front of the house. You can see those the gray lines to the right and to the left that tie back to the house. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brandon. All of that is bluestone inside of there right now. So that entirety is all stone inside of that. So between the house and that wall, it's this kind of funny little sunken courtyard stone piece, which is something we were getting rid of so that it could just be softscape in there and just be plantings. To your point, it was all impervious driveway going all the way around, and we're breaking it up to just make it feel a lot softer and repaving the area by the garage, small area by the garage, and first entry.
So-
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks. So if I'm understanding it, Mr. Papich, the work in the 50 includes that planting bed on plan left, and that would be decreasing impervious and adding those 4 plantings that are shown on the plan?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, Chris.
Okay.
It would be that and some bedding plants, some perennial. So that's all paving. We're just leaving access to the doors, which you can kind of see there. They're existing bluestone, kind of on the left, the center, and the right. There are 3 access points. They did a beautiful job of renovating the house with some new shingle siding and roofing and dormers. And so this is just kind of finishing the job and getting rid of some of that excess paving.
Okay, and the wall itself, is
That's
that,
existing.
okay,
It's a stone wall, little low stone wall that just kind of retains that grade because the driveway sits above the foundation of the house. So it's almost like a little sunken courtyard, sort of.
Got it.
Kind of odd, existing condition.
So overall, it seems like a driveway replacement that's reducing a significant amount of impervious, so.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so I'll go through the commissioners then. I don't have any further questions. Tom, do you have anything?
Yeah, I see some sort of structure. Looks like it might be a emergency generator that probably is in the 50. Is that going to be removed?
Which one is it? Where are you talking about? Can you-
Well, I don't see it on your drawing, but I see it on your map in April 10th, 2025.
where is it located? Is it out front? Might be out
Yeah,
front.
it is.
That's-
It's
That
up front.
stays as is. That may show up on Brendan's plan, on the Merrill plan, Tom. That might show up there. But if it's there, it's is it to the left of the little V-shaped driveway, Tom? Yeah.
That's right.
That
Right
stays
about
as
where your
is.
hand is, right there.
Yeah, it stays as is. We're gonna work around. There's a planting bed now, and we might rework a few of the plants in there and add a kind of understory tree.
Okay, so it's going to remain.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the, what are you going to do what are you going to put in the wheel tracks?
Crushed stone, it'll essentially be like a 3/4 inch river stone, native river stone.
Okay,
That's what we've been going to for any of those, anything kind of soft like that.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, anything?
Is the paving in that center parking area by the front door, is that pervious or is that?
We're showing that to be a cobble, so we're showing that to be impervious. But that's been worked into the into the calculations that Brendan and his team did.
Okay,
We want something solid to drop off on for the main door. It would be a cobble. If they decide to go to a crushed stone, they might still do that too. But I think we wanted it to be a cobble with granite, split face granite band.
and the rest of the driveway, the exposed area, that's replacing the pavers that are there now?
That's correct. Yeah. In
That's
the
also-
same location too.
Mhm.
Same edge. So same square footage.
And that's also impervious.
That's correct. That would be impervious, correct.
That's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte, anything to add or any comments or concerns?
Only that, as you guys can see, that there's a very small portion of the work that will be in the 50-foot buffer. So they have submitted a variance request with this RDA application. And in visiting the site earlier this week, I mean, as you guys can also see in the plan, like the house pretty much blocks entrance to the 50-foot buffer. So at least from a construction perspective, it'll be pretty contained. The yard slightly slopes down to where the existing driveway is. And then as you can see where the house is, it pretty much serves as a really large erosion control barrier, so.
Okay.
Oh, and then I guess, Sean, I just had one question. For any of the work out front that's outside of the 100, I just didn't know if anybody had confirmed if any of that is in the town right away, because that it's, at least for this submission, it's outside our jurisdiction, but
Yeah, I believe
just
that-
didn't know if anybody.
I believe it's outside of street right of way. It's
Okay.
working on it's coming from that, that old stone wall that sits out there now.
Yep.
It comes from that area to the back toward the house. So we'd be staying, we wouldn't be doing anything on the street side of that wall.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's outside the right of way. Brendan
it.
just showed it there. It's more or less enhancing those plantings and getting out some of the other kind of junk and putting in some
Mhm.
drifts of some other hardy perennials and native grasses and ornamental grasses too.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
John, what's the work practices that will require transforming that kind of patio situation to a planting bed in terms of machinery or?
Well, I don't believe there'd really be any machinery when it comes down to that because it's all dry laid paving. So
Yeah.
it's all bluestone. They'll just pull it all up, prep the area for a planting. That's all. So I'll be done by hand, basically.
Okay.
They
Mm.
probably pull all the paving out, the pavers out. They might scoop some of those out. I might have a Bobcat in there doing some of that, just to try to get a little bit more than kind of one at a time, I think.
Okay.
But it's all going to stay uphill from the house. It's really not going to have any direct access to the rear of the house, which is the more sensitive area.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm comfortable making negative determination on this. But Charlotte, I still need help with the with the numbering. So it would be variance. Could you, if I were to make a motion, what would the kind of-
So I don't think, and Brendan, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see any of the work in the floodplain, correct?
Nope.
Yep. Okay, so just buffer zone. So it would be, if you issue a -3 that the work is in a buffer zone will not impact resource areas, and then -6 that no notice of intent needed under the bylaw.
And what about working the 50? Anything?
Oh, it's just like for the determination of applicability form, they don't break it up, in with the 50 and 100, it's just buffer zones. So the -3 works in the buffer zones. And then -6 would be no NOI under the bylaw.
Okay. Then I make a motion to issue a -3 and -6 determination for RDA 25-07.
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. And I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magno,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Sanjay's abstaining, and I will, Chris McIntyre, aye. So that vote passes 4-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
So RDA
Thank you.
Oh, sorry,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you'll need a variance too.
And I make a motion then to issue a variance for the work in the 50 to convert that patio to
Tom
garden.
Bell, second.
Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magno,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Sanjay again, sitting up for this, and Chris McIntyre, aye. So again, we have a 4-0-1. That vote passes. Thank you. RDA 25-07 now closed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you a little later.
Yep.
Okay. Next up, we have NOI 25-13. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 for NOI 25-13 to extend water service through the isolated vegetated wetland, through an isolated vegetated wetland and a bordering vegetated wetland from Black Horse Lane to Cedar Lane for the town of Cohasset. The public is invited to offer input by emailing C. Pechtel. Details for accessing the Zoom platform are available at cohasset.gov in the meeting hearings. Charlotte, do you have anyone to promote for this one?
Hi, Brendan. I
Yeah.
don't see anybody else. If that-
I
Oh,
think-
wait, sorry. Yes,
what?
we do. We have Chris, Chris Pratt. I think
Chris
he's
Pratt, yeah.
Water Commission. And Brian Joyce is unable to make it tonight.
Yeah. So for the record, Brendan Sullivan with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. Here representing the owner, KD Builders, and the applicant, the town of Cohasset, to do a construct a water main loop, which will loop. I believe some of you were on the commission when we did a stormwater permit for the Black Horse Lane extension, which is mostly constructed. Utilities are installed. There's a dead end water main and hydrant at the cul-de-sac at the end of Black Horse Lane extension. And so what we're doing is we're installing approximately 630 lineal feet of water main to loop Black Horse Lane, which is approximately a 2,000-foot dead end water main right now, and looping it to Cedar Lane, which is approximately, how long is that? About 500 feet of dead end water main on Cedar Lane. And the Cedar Lane, as you know, goes out to South Main Street. So that would create a better flow pattern for the vicinity and the water supply. So in here we have the resource areas associated with the Gulf River. We're outside of the riverfront area. We're outside of the floodplain. We do have buffers to a BVW that climbs up the slope quite a bit. We have a couple isolated areas of isolated vegetated wetland that the water main is going through. The reason for the location of it is that's where there's a existing right of way there. It's not constructed. It's through the woods, but there is a private way that goes through there. So the water main is within that right of way. And it's going to connect to, as I said, there's a dead end portion of Cedar Lane, there's existing hydrant there. There's a small BVW that creeps up to the end of Cedar Lane. It's mostly created by runoff from Cedar Lane that discharges down towards the Gulf River. So we have approximately 1,300 square feet of disturbance within the isolated, and approximately 820 square feet of disturbance within the BVW. Almost all of it's within your jurisdiction. There's just a little connection piece up here that is outside of the 100-foot buffer to the BVWs and the IVWs as we see it. I know we do have Chris Pratt on the line as well, and I know Brian couldn't make it here tonight, but and then there were some questions and comments from some abutters. And I'll just read you some of the response that Brian had provided. Brian Joyce from the town engineer, to the main benefits for the town for the water main looping. It provides better pressure for firefighting. It provides better water quality in the distribution system with no dead ends for drinking water. Allows water quality for less required flushing of the water mains, which waste water and all the resources to make that water available. A lot of the times on these dead end water mains, they constantly, that's why there's a hydrant at the end of them, well, for fire safety as well, but also to flush the mains, periodically, because there's a lot of these dead end mains, especially the one that's Black Horse Lane, is 2,000 feet long. It gets a decent amount of use, but with an 8-inch pipe, and just a few residences using it, there's some dead end water there that they like to flush out on a yearly basis. The goal of every water distribution system is to loop mains whenever possible. The contractors agreed to do this at no extra cost to the water department. It is a win for the public safety, health, and the environment, and the town benefits. Excavation and disturbance of the subsurface will be in line with the water main and should not affect drainage and water transmissivity of substrata outside the excavation. No impact to electrical poles. Hydrants will remain. Connection will come after the main is chlorinated. Native grasses will be planted in the resource areas that were temporarily disturbed. We'll go back to the current natural status of the woodland. Chipping would likely be the method for removal. Typically, in a situation like this, there is some ledge out there. We know that. We really don't see a lot in the surface out there in this area, but if we do hit it, we'll probably be a chipping as opposed to a blasting, to get a required 4 feet of depth for the water main. And I think that's really about it from my end.
I'll just add Chris Pratt here from the chair of the Water Commission. Cedar Lane actually has a small extension beyond the hydrant, which does have a valve as well. So there was some plans or some hopes in years past to actually make this loop. And as Brennan said, we're always trying to loop our distribution mains for a variety of reasons. We just completed one successfully through the golf course parking lot and through the golf course new maintenance building and up through the DPW parking lot. So that was another successful loop we just completed. So in addition to our work to invest in the distribution system as a whole, replacing older mains, this is a great opportunity for us to install a loop that would definitely be needed.
Thank you. Brendan, the delineation of the wetlands, when was that? It seems like there's how did they determine that those were isolated? They seem to be pretty much, it's like.
So they were, this delineation came off of the I don't know if it was an ANRAD or not for the original Black Horse Lane that KD Builders had done. John Zimmer from South River Environmental delineated these in March of 2022. So yeah, it is a little odd because it does go, it goes down slope. It's not like there's a low area here or anything. It's just a combination of bad soils. And the slope, you can see how it's you get the contours up here. Oops, you get the contours up here really steep, and then it kind of levels out a little bit. So it's probably just an area where the topography levels out, and it's just enough time for it to create a wetland area before it keeps on carrying on down towards the BVW associated with the Gulf River.
Thank you. And the it seems like the routing of the, is that, is like directly through it from Cedar Lane to the cul-de-sac. Is that because of the easement, and is that restricted by the easement, or is there a way to somewhat avoid some of this wetland?
No, because this is private property up here. This is private property. Sarah Leggett owns both of these parcels here. So yeah, she's just through the 40-foot right of way that we're really kind of restricted to. This is Marion Murphy owns this parcel over here. I mean, the applicant, the owner does own this piece here, but there's really, nothing to do down here other than, if you loop it around, you're still gonna go around the isolated, but then you got a BVW that climbs up into here. So there's really like no avoiding it.
Okay. And so besides the chipping that would be needed if there were ledge encountered, what's the, like, give us some general idea of like what the width of like disturbance would be for this 4-foot?
I mean, yeah, you're talking about a 4 or 5 foot trench, maybe, a little bit, obviously a little bit beyond that, you gotta stockpile the dirt somewhere, but it's, I mean, it's gonna be, backfilled. So the end of the day, maybe not every day, but, the end of the day, you really just, excavated for your 20, 30-foot section of pipe, you put that piece of pipe in, and then you're backfilling right after. So it is gonna be a, quote unquote, temporary disturbance. We have,
I guess I'm more like in reality, it's a 4-foot trench. You're not gonna just go in there and make a 4-foot trench. You're gonna have a work area, a width that's gonna be larger than that. What size machinery are you gonna use? It's gonna be at least that plus some. So we're like large.
I mean, it's gonna be a typical track machine, which is,
Yeah.
8-9 feet wide, so, within the right of way, we have 40 feet to work with. So I think that's plenty of room, but, yeah, I mean, there is going to be disturbance, but it's, I say minimal, but it's, I mean, it should be minimal. It's just going to be a track, obviously it's going to be a track. It's not going to be a rubber tire backhoe in there. It's going to be a track machine enough to get the excavation and be able to handle the water main pipe as well.
Mhm. And what's the kind of are there trees there, like large like mature trees, or is it like fragmite? What's the situation with the
There are some trees in there. Most of the frag is located down in the lower BVW. I mean, it's fairly, walkable. But it's there's gonna be some tree removal. But it's, I say high and dry. I mean, the isolated areas are definitely drier than the associated BVW down below as you get closer to the river.
And what's the kind of like plan for your proposal is basically just to let it grow back naturally. There's no proposal for any remediation.
Well, as far as, additional mediation, no, we're just gonna kind of put back what's there. We'll level the grade out, not create certainly don't want to create any dips or hills or valleys or anything, because it is, the soils are so sensitive. There's, I say so bad that any little dip will create an additional isolated wetland or something. But, we'll just put back the grade that's there. And then there's top dress it, and we have a wetland seed mix specced out, for the top dressing. So it'll be all of that, which, in this area should thrive in that area, with the soils being, I keep on saying, as bad as they are, be able to hold the moisture. So I think that should really just take care of it.
And what's the plan for kind of like there's there's different soils for, there's the wetland soils. Is there going to be some sort of segregation and kind of putting back as found, like the layering of the conditions there in terms of the soil profile?
Yeah, well, we'll obviously try and put back on the surface back, we'll leave the topsoil aside and put, top dress that afterwards. There are certain restrictions around the water main itself, it's got to be in a sand bed and there's some restrictions there, of course, but that'll be well below the surface. The surface will put back, pretty much put back what's there today.
Those are all my questions for now. I'll go to the next commissioner. Tom, do you have any questions?
Yeah. There's actually a shorter route. From Westgate Lane, there is a water easement from Westgate Lane across 23 Black Horse Lane, and the remaining part would go across KD Builder land, which I presume that they would be amenable to having a water line laid across their own property. Something you should explore. It crosses no wetlands. That's an advantage, a big advantage, and it's considerably shorter. Have you guys looked at that?
We have not. So are you talking about going over the Stone property over here?
The which property? I'm just looking at 23 Black Horse Lane here, which abuts the KD Builders property at, what's the address of that? That is 39 Black Horse Lane.
Yes, that's the Stones property. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so the distance you'd have to actually go is considerably shorter than what you're proposing, first of all. Secondly, it does not cross any wetlands. I think the only issue might be whether KD Builders would grant the town an easement, but I think it's in their own interest to do that. So it seems worthwhile to explore that.
We can certainly take a look at that. I'm almost sure there's more ledge over there. There's much more exposed ledge over on that side. I've been over there. That
There may
side
be,
before.
but it's a shorter route and there's no wetlands. So we're certainly going to require you to propose to investigate alternative routes here. So I'd suggest that, I mean, this is significant enough, so I'd suggest that we continue and you guys investigate this alternative route and come back to us.
Okay, you want to close the hearing now then, or you want to go through everybody's comments?
This is an RDA, no, it's an NOI. No, I'm not
It's
saying
an NOI.
close the hearing. I'd say continue it.
Let's see what other commissioners have to say first, Tom, if you don't mind. I agree, there's,
I have some other questions too, but
sure.
that's the main one, so.
Got it. Well, that's a good point. Thank you, Tom. What other comments or questions do you have while they're here now?
Well, certainly if they're going to take the route that they proposed, they need to catalog all of those trees that they're going to remove, first of all, and replacement of 2 to 1 for the trees. I don't think throwing down a grass or a conservation seed mix is really going to cut it here. You're going right through a resource. So you need to replicate, once that pipe's in, you need to replicate the wetland, not just lay down some topsoil and spread some seeds around and hope for the best. That's what we require of people, private citizens, and that's what we're going to require of the town. Of course, that adds additional cost. Again, that might make your alternative look even better. So in terms of the equipment, how wide did you say that track hoe is going to be?
Your typical track machines, maybe 9 feet wide.
Okay, so that's a pretty substantial path that you're going to cut. And of course, the track hoe may be 9 feet wide, but your actual work area probably would be more on the order of 25 feet, you think?
25 feet might be a bit much, but yeah.
20?
Say 20, sure.
Okay, so that's a lot of replication when you go through the wetlands. So do you have a plan for this?
A replication? No, we weren't planning on replicating. We just planning on putting back what's there, as I stated before.
Well, what do you mean put back what's there? You're gonna plant trees?
No, as I stated before, we excavated material out, putting the water main in.
Yeah, okay,
you
you're
know,
putting,
as per the
putting the
water main
soil, you're
specs.
putting the soil back, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so what kind of planting, do you have a planting plan here for us?
we have a wetland seed mix that we're gonna top dress all the disturbed areas with,
Okay,
after construction.
okay. And the trees?
We didn't propose any additional trees.
Okay,
So if you want the trees located, we can certainly locate those and find out the
Definitely.
size and the trees that we're taking down, and we'll do a 2-to-1 replication for those.
definitely. Charlotte, what's the threshold for the trees?
Sorry, what,
What's the
threshold, like you mean?
threshold, for the tree size?
We don't have a caliper size for wetlands right now.
No, I
So
mean, as far as what diameter tree do you call a tree? Is it 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches, 12 inches?
I don't know, we've
we
had,
have that for stormwater, not for wetlands at this point. Working on that.
Yeah, it's just in our regs, we definitely want to see all vegetation proposed to be removed. We definitely do not have a minimum caliper size under our wetland regs at this time. But I think usually, without obviously saying this is what we're going to do moving forward, but typically we do see at least 4 to 6 inches in caliper and above. That's what we've seen on most plans so far. And I don't think, Brendan, you guys have surveyed anything smaller than 4, at least recently.
No, I mean, I know, Hingham is 6 inches.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we can certainly do that.
You. Tom, anything else?
no, I think that's probably it, just, how it's gonna look when it's done, how you're gonna, recreate these wetlands. And, again, look at an alternative that doesn't cross wetlands or the buffers.
Good. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Steve.
I've got nothing extra to add. I think that Tom did a pretty complete.
Okay. Kathy?
I just wanted to point out that when I read in the plans that they said the total disturbance would be under 5,000 square feet. So, Chris, you were asking how much disturbance there was. Just thought that might be helpful.
Thank you.
That I read that. You're welcome.
So can I come back on that? What's the length times 20? What would that be, Brendan?
That'd be over 12,000 square feet.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, we could do a stormwater permit, but it's perfunctory.
I'm just getting at what the size of the disturbance,
Sure.
just to quantify it.
Sanji? Anything? Oh, sorry, Kathy, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Sanji, anything?
I had a clarification and then maybe a comment. So the applicant of this is the town of Cohasset, is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
And so as a town, we're funding and building this project?
No.
So this is done in conjunction with the developer of the 3 homes, working together with a contractor. So it's a great benefit to the town if we can make it happen. But the water commission, the water department is the applicant, the town of Cohasset. But this would be paid for by the developer, the contractor.
Got it. That's very helpful. I would say, like, as a commissioner and a citizen of the town, just my one comment is to echo some of Tom Bell's comments. Like, this feels like a woefully inadequate plan to restore a resource area, and terribly disappointed that the town would come with such a woefully ill-prepared approach. Just hearing the math that we just did, that this is not a 5,000 foot disturbance, but a 12,000 foot disturbance in itself raises some serious questions about how well thought out this plan is.
But by the way, the distance from the alternative distance is 325 feet. That should be appealing, I would think, to the developer
Yeah.
if he's paying the bill. Even more incentive for him to grant an easement across his property to tie in here.
We'll take a look
Definitely
at
take a look at
that.
that.
We'll take a look at that, see where those easements are, see where they go. I know there are wetlands over there at some point. But
Yeah, there are, but they're not in this particular easement.
Okay. Charlotte, what can you add to what we've already asked or stated?
Just that, so I mean, I did receive, as Brendan, you had mentioned, the letter from an abutter 33 and 30 Cedar Lane, and our DPW Director Brian Joyce had provided some initial comments and responses to those comments in the letter. So I guess, Brendan, if you and your team also have any additional responses to provide as, probably additional information, that would be great. And then, as you guys know, like I recommended holding off on my comments for tonight, just because with a big project like this, I wanted to get the commission's input. So definitely have some pending comments on my end. And one of the main ones was definitely, of course, concerning the construction methodology. So I did speak with John Zimmer, the wetland scientist who had delineated this back in March 2022. He actually does have some expertise in designing restoration plans for this type of work. So he definitely mentioned in terms of having a plan to separate the topsoil and the subsoil, making sure those don't get mixed up, putting those back at the correct elevations and areas, obviously identifying invasive, any removal or maintenance while you restore the site with a seed mix. He recommended 2 different seed mixes. There would be obviously a wetland seed mix to go back in the wetlands, and then obviously a wildlife conservation mix for the buffer zones. And then just kind of the timing and delineating that limit of work. So there's definitely like a couple things to kind of work on for a construction methodology. That might be something that, it seems like the commission is also asking for. So if the town and the contractor are open to it, I would definitely recommend working with John Zimmer or maybe another wetland scientist to kind of formulate that a little bit more, just so the commission can see those details, put them on a plan or provide it as a supplementary document. But yeah, those are kind of my main comments. And then obviously the wetland delineation, as you guys have noted, it's a little bit over 3 years old. So I'll defer to the commission if they want to still use this as the delineation of record for this submission, or if everything needs to be reflagged. I'm not sure how many of those flags are still on the site. Didn't get a chance to walk the site yet because I wanted to see if the commission wanted a redelineation or if you guys are okay with keeping it, since it's just a little bit outside that 3-year time frame.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, commissioners. I would just kind of restate our general concern that this is just not what we look for typically on a standard application. And while we understand and we understand the value to the water department to have this connection made
To the town. It's the town. It's not to the water department. It's to the
Understood,
town, the
yeah.
citizens.
Correct. And we have our own, our own values and that we have to protect our own kind of, so the idea that there's no restoration, the alternatives really, this is pretty blunt, planning in my opinion, and as the other commissioners have stated. So I think we need to think it out better. It's not exempt from replication or replacement of the trees. So we would want a full kind of assessment of what the impact of the work is going to be with more defined width of the track that's going to actually happen and what we're going to take out and what the plan would be to replace it. Other than that, yeah, I think there's Tom's comment that regarding that, alternative should be explored with as much So hardly explored, because it seems like a much better, even if it requires chipping, the distances is much less. So I would encourage you to do that. But with that, I don't have any other questions, comments, and it seems like we'll continue.
Mr. Chair, we do have a hand raised in the audience. Do you want me to promote them to speak to ask a question? Oh,
Yeah.
Steve, sorry, you have your hand raised as well.
No, I'm finished.
Oh,
That was the
okay.
next- I was went to pull up the
Um,
purchase list.
Yeah, they have their address, name, and name.
Yes. So, hi, Marianne. Can you just state your name and address for the record? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Charlotte. Mary Ann Murphy at 33 Cedar Lane. I was one of the abutters that submitted the letter to the Conservation Commission earlier today. And I just wanted to extend my appreciation to Charlotte, Brian Joyce, Brian, and everybody for being very responsive to the questions that we put forth. I think that the only thing that I heard tonight that is a little different than my understanding is that when you look at the site plan and you look at the bottom right corner where, you know, the connection begins, there's a thing called a swale. I think Brendan may have indicated it was for runoff from Cedar Lane. And I don't think that is what it is. There is, my understanding, I've been here for over 20 years, is that there is an intermittent stream, you know, that just kind of bubbles to the surface on a neighbor's property. And that gets directed through the swale, you know, down toward the river. So that any construction from this side of Cedar Lane will go right through that swale and intermittent stream. And I just wanted to point that out as a possibility. That's my understanding. That's, you know, you know, dry days, it just pops up, you know, so I don't think it is related to the runoff. And that swale looks like it's been there for 50 or 100 years. So just wanted to add that. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. No other questions, so yeah, when can we continue this to? This next meeting, is it 2 weeks from now? Work for the applicants?
The
Yep.
next meeting would be June 26th. So that's a couple weeks from now because of the holiday on the 19th.
Brennan, does that work for you?
Yeah, that works for us, I think. That gives us 3 weeks time to pose other options, locate some trees, come up with a mitigation plan. And if not, we can always continue, but I think 3 weeks, that should give us ample time.
I would start with the alternatives, Brennan, if you.
Yep, absolutely. I'd look at that first and see where those easements are, see where they go. I have a feeling some of them, I don't know if they go to Stone's property abuts the KD builders. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll look into that for sure.
Okay, well, then we'll see you 6/26.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thanks, Brendan. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, next up this evening, we have NOI 25-15, and which is new as well, so I'll read into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Water Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025, regarding NOI 25-15 to remove asphalt driveway, and reconfigure with pavers, add an additional paver parking area, new paver patio, and new paver walkway with a covered entry, maintain a pathway to Aaron River by removing invasive species and reducing tall vegetation and add native species landscape plantings within the 200-foot riverfront area and 50 and 100 wetland buffer zones at 561 Beechwood Street for Washington Design Build LLC. The public is invited to offer input by emailing cpectel@cohasset.gov. Details for the Zoom platform are available at cohasset.mass.gov in the meeting hearing notes. Charlotte, anyone from the applicant team?
Hi, Tom. Can you hear us? You are currently muted.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And Tom, can you just introduce yourself for the record? And did you want me to pull up your plan, or did you want to pull it up?
If you pull it, let's see if I can get the. Let me see if I can pull it up. My name is Tom Pyatt. I live in Somerville. I have purchased the house at 561 Beechwood, and for the purpose is in pretty bad shape. So we're basically just rebuilding it on exactly the let me see if I can, 1 second, please. We're building on the exact foundation that of the house that was there. So there's no, we haven't increased the footprint of the house. I'm really just, I contact Charlotte basically to check in with you guys and see what we're doing. Does it make sense? And so there are some things like it's an existing house. It has a paved parking on the right side, bottom right hand of the plan, and we were proposing to take that out and put parking on the add some parking on the left side with an impervious stone, just a stone parking area. This within the boundaries of the existing house, which is fenced all around. There's a pathway in the front from parking into the entrance, which is being moved over to the left-hand side of the building. There's a planted area with some mulch. There's a patio in back with a pervious some sort of a stone. We'll determine that, but some sort of stone pavers, just loose laid on a crushed stone base. We are, and then the one thing I am looking to ask for is that the nice thing about this site is it has frontage on the stream, yeah, thank you. It has frontage on the stream, and I've asked if it's possible to just clean up that area in terms of weeding it, certainly for the invasive plantings, and have, if possible, mow some sort of a path down to the stream. If I had, for some reason, I don't know where I'm supposed to share my screen, because if I could point some of that out better.
Tom, there should be like a green share button, usually in the middle of your screen towards the bottom.
Yeah, let me see. That might work, because I pushed it a minute ago and it didn't seem to. Yeah, okay. Now you can see.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, we can see the plan now.
That's better. Sorry about that. Let me get my. All right, so what the parking that we're talking about is, this is a paved parking area right here. We want to rip up the asphalt and get rid of it and just put in a stone parking area. This is additional parking for 1 or 2 cars over here. The entrance that is over here is going to be closed up, and there'll be a couple of bedrooms down here, and then this will become the entrance to the building. So from these 2 parking spaces, we'd just walk across a path and walk up a platform, a couple steps up to get into the house. And I am asking if we can add a roof over that porched area. The patio in back is just back here, there was a patio. We're just, it was well, there was a broken down wooden patio. So we're just gonna have we would have steps out and just again, a stone base with some pavers on top of it. And then out, this whole thing is a fenced in area. And the property basically goes from about here over, down and around. So we would, within this area, which is there's a floodplain that's drawn here. And so this is where I was asking if it's possible to, in addition to cleaning trying to get rid of invasive plants, if we could mow a path through that people could they had some chairs here when we purchased it. The property was just a couple of Adirondack chairs, just somebody could sit and enjoy the view. And then there is a request to build a fence along here to basically shield the there's a broken down kind of fence back here and some other stuff that is just, I don't know, junk that's just been, things that have gotten old and they've just piled up here. So where this is there's a fence all along here, we would like to extend it out to here. And actually, once we get done with all this, I'd like to take out the fence that goes all along here, so that the idea of the house is it was originally a little cabin, and I'd like to just have it. We're trying to keep the scale of it small and cottage-like. So what little additional building is to add a bedroom up on the back side of here. The roof just climbs up and seems to disappear. So it's not an intrusion, and it has a scale that I think is appropriate to a beautiful setting right here. And then there's also other things back in here that I would like to clean up because there's a lot of invasive plants. And I know up in Vermont we have Japanese knotweed, and you guys have got it too. And I haven't seen that yet, I don't think, but there's a lot of stuff that I would like to be able to just clean up and just allow the little restoration maybe on our part, and basically there's a beautiful rhodie that's just being crushed by invasive plants. I think that was the Oriental bittersweet that is right here. So it's just, I just like to be able to restore things. And then the purpose of all of this is the goal is then to get it done and sold and sale if it makes sense. In the current market, it's not really clear what's making sense anyway. So there may be a hold for a period of time, but I'm really just trying to open it up. If in fact I would like to I will talk to my neighbor about this fence even. I'm before you guys now just so that we can begin to figure out what would be not my first choice, but if we had to build a fence to just block off some of the stuff. But in fact, what I'd like to do is take the money that I'd spent on a fence and just clean up the stuff that we're looking at. And if we're allowed to do that, that would then I wouldn't want the fence, because the whole view through is beautiful, and it would be just more expansive. And so it's an advantage to everything, to whoever's going to be living here ultimately. If I missed any other things.
Could you repeat that last piece about the fence? I didn't quite follow.
Okay.
So if you're allowed to do something, you won't take.
Well, yeah, there's a lot. This is all broken down.
Yeah.
And you just see through to a lot of stuff that's just been stored, and just when things are stored for a long time, it just doesn't. Sure. It's not an attractive setting. So if building a fence helps to block something that may not be attractive. But if I could take the same money and just remove the stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Work with your neighbor. Gotcha.
That'd be a nicer thing to do in the first place.
Understood.
That would be my goal.
Okay.
I think that's basically what this is just to be in front of you, so tell you guys what we're doing, and if anybody's got any comments, we'll listen and incorporate what we have to do.
Well, I would just say that, yeah, I think going after the invasives is a good plan, but we typically when we're in the resource area, we would want to know the methodology and you know, removal of invasives is you know, for a lot of them, it's not just like a one and done situation. It's like a plan that needs, especially if it's something like Japanese knotweed, it needs you know, it requires continual upkeep. You know, you need to keep going after it year after year, and so the it's 20-foot path to the water to the river's edge. And there's just, I think for me anyways, I would want to know a little bit more about what the methodology is proposed. Like, is it just all hand digging, hand removal, or what? And what's a lot of times, what we would look for is, you know, you remove the invasives, you plant natives to kind of take their place so that they don't re-infiltrate. So if there's removal of vegetation in the resource area along the buffer, you know, we definitely want to see some replication. I'm familiar with that spot. I take my kids fishing down there. We walk by there, so I've seen it kind of as you're building it up. So this is a very nice spot, and I could, you know, I think it could be even nicer with some you know, some attention, but I think a little bit more detail on the methods and where and how the plants will be removed and what will be put in to replace, would kind of make it easier for us to come to a decision. But that's just me. I'll pass it to Tom. Tom, any questions or comments?
Tom, you're muted.
Yeah, we have allowed this in the past, but the two instances that I can think of were designed and overseen by a professional wetlands restoration groups. One of them was on Atlantic Avenue, and the other one was over by Little Harbor. And so it's not impossible to do, but I think you should investigate that before you consider it, because it's quite expensive.
I'd have to look at it for that purpose.
Yeah, so I just say that you're in a highly regulated zone. You're talking about working within a 50-foot buffer, a 100-foot buffer, a 100-foot riverfront area. Looks like what you're proposing is in an undisturbed area. So you've got, and it's flood zone. So you've got four things that sort of would make it very difficult for us to approve any sort of alteration here. Not impossible, but again, the precedents we've set, which are just a couple of them so far, have been run by some pretty high-powered wetlands and ecological restoration groups to do this, and they're programs that last 3 to 4 years. So it may be more than you really want to take on, but it is conceivable that we could approve it. But you've got to jump through a lot of hoops to convince us that you're not damaging the riverfront. And what are the invasives there? Do you know? Is it Phragmites that you're concerned about, or what?
The Oriental bittersweet,
Yeah.
Virginia creeper, garlic mustard.
Yeah.
And a lot of the multiflora rosa. It's just crawling all. It's
Yeah, I can see it in your photo there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awful stuff.
Yeah, and it kind of spreads all. I mean, this picture that you're looking at right now is out the window at the second floor. We just got finished. framing up. But as you look at it, there's a lot of lower scrub stuff as you pass through there, because I got a funny feeling somebody probably did mow it years ago over time.
Yeah.
I hear you. If I had to go to a big expense, well, this project wouldn't allow it for me. If there's a way to, I deal with that with the knotweed up, and I don't have it here, I don't think, but I deal with it up in Vermont. But if there's ways that I could find some, be schooled in it a little bit, I would bring people in to work on it. But if it had to be, but it can't, a 4-year program for me to sign up for doesn't make any sense, because I'm not doing this to move into it myself. I'm just trying to get something cleaned up and give it a healthy start. And if I and hopefully find the right kind of buyer, because this isn't just a big colonial house that that we're not ripping down the shell that was there and building a colonial thing. This is somebody's going to want to be in a cottage, something smaller. The whole thing that I'm selling here is the land. The fence, no matter what happens when construction is done, we're going to take that fence down, because it just blocks a view through. If we can't do anything to the property over there, people can still walk through it, and the ticks are out there. There's other things that make it a little bit more difficult for people to enjoy it. And from my own personal philosophy, I think it's important that we don't make the wilderness so hard to get to that you can't really appreciate it. But I would understand that, because you got your purpose, and it's a good one. Trying.
Well, there may be a more scaled down version of this that you could propose. A 20-foot wide strip is pretty generous. Maybe just access to the river would be easier. I don't know. Depends on what the other commissioners think. Certainly within your fence, that would all be redevelopment, and so you're not entirely free to do whatever you want, but you're much less restricted because it's already been developed.
I would look at the 20-foot. The 20-foot came about because I'm an architect. In this case, I'm a contractor, developer, I guess, too. It came about because it felt right to me. Now, a lot of architecture is just, at a certain point, it's a feeling that feels like it has the right sense of scale and appropriate to the situation. But when Charlotte's been a lot of help, and we were out there, and we talked about this path, and I was hemming and hawing, and she said, "Well, what do you want?" So I said, "Well, this is what I want. I may not get it. I'm happy to back off. I'd like to think that people could have, maybe if it was just a narrower 6-foot path, that people could get through. Quite frankly, if I was to live there, just because of the ticks."
So you're talking about a 1,200 foot area here that you would alter, and I think that if it were scaled back, maybe we wouldn't be as stringent about some of this. But when you're talking about 1,200 square feet here, it starts to take on a scale that starts to approach what I was just referring to.
Yeah. If it helped for the purpose of this conversation to say that we reduced it to, say, a 6-foot path, would that be something that we could be proposed, and is that something you would accept in a meeting like this, or is it something we would just think more about it and you need more information? Either way, but if you need more information, I'll work on that.
I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I think that I would consider it. Yeah. If you're just talking about a lawnmower width of, or a little bit more, lawn tractor width of the trail, so you can get down without going through the poison ivy and stuff.
Yeah, that would be fine, and I'll be fine.
I mean, I'm not committing to this. I
understand that.
That's a sort of scale that might, it would seem excessive to require some of these somebody with a PhD in ecological restoration to design this. So, you know, a lawnmower cut, lawn tractor cut is probably a different issue.
Well, if I could, since this is a recorded meeting, if I could reduce my request from 20 to 6 feet, would that be acceptable?
Again, I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I think we'd consider it.
Yeah.
I would consider it.
Anything else, Tom?
No,
No, not really.
Okay. Steve. Steve, you're muted if you're talking. I can't see you.
Muted. Am I now? Am I there now? I am there.
Yeah, you're there.
I think that the house part of it that he's doing, I think, is an improvement as far as taking out or leaving stuff pervious and kind of restoring it. I don't have a good feeling one way or the other about the width of the path. My assumption from what I've read of what you can do is that mowing is not one of those things which is disallowed. So.
Okay, so you're yeah, that was a question I had for
Yeah.
for Charlotte about whether mowing was an exempt activity, even if it's in resource area, because technically this is riverfront, which is resource area, not just buffer zone. So anything else, Steve?
I know that's it.
Okay, Kathy, any questions or comments?
I also think a 6-foot path would be reasonable. I would
Okay,
also consider that, yep.
all right. Sanjit, questions or comments?
Just the question about the mowing, like what's an allowed activity? Like how's that managed in a resource area?
Mm-hmm. Good. Charlotte, can you elaborate on that, or what's your well, Charlotte, before you elaborate on that, did you do a site visit? Any comments or kind of input on what you saw? I know you were out there, so what can you tell us? What'd you see?
Yeah, so I don't have the history of this site, but I will note that you know, as Tom had mentioned, the home is previously built within a fenced area, and I believe most, or if not all, of this area is just outside the inner riparian zone. Usually, there's restrictions about leaving that 100-foot wide undisturbed area, especially like if you were developing in riverfront. But in terms of what's back there, there's a lot of trees that have a really heavy canopy. And so actually underneath the trees, there's not really much there. But yeah, as Tom had mentioned, there's definitely a lot of bittersweet that's overgrowing the existing rhodo bushes. I think I may have even seen some honeysuckle. There's the garlic mustard all over the ground, and Virginia creeper as well, and multiflora rose. So, and we did not see any knotweed, no Phragmites. But since it's such a shady area, that may or may not be one of the reasons why you don't see those really aggressive species. I'm not exactly sure there, but in terms of mowing, I don't know exactly if it's an exempt activity. I'd have to look at the Wetlands Protection Act, but I think if the commission were to entertain a path, maybe installing conservation markers at the limits of those paths, just to kind of show current and future owners that it's not like when the fence gets removed, this whole area can be, you know, fully landscaped. I think we'd want to see some sort of restrictive, you know, signs or measures or conditions with the permit if it was issued, to just kind of preserve this area naturally. And it would be up to the commission if you guys are obviously also okay with any removal of invasive species, maintenance, et cetera.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I think we need a little bit more info before we make a full. Well, first of all, let's go back to the house improvements that are in our jurisdiction. So there's the removal of the paved parking area on the southeasterly plan side, and overhead of, you know, creating the porch, the patio on the back to remain. Is that correct, or is that going to be removed?
the original thing was removed. It was broken.
Okay.
It would just be recreated on that same area.
Okay. So existing to be replaced and then a kind of a roof over an already, what's already a porch.
There is no porch. We just have to build a step up to it. And the step going up to it would be constructed out of, basically I see this as a cabin and cottage. So it would be built out of something like a Trex steps and stepping up. That's all. So it's totally, the whole thing would, except the fact that it's got a cover over it and would control some water, but in fact we're not going to build it out of concrete. I suppose that's what I'm really trying to say.
Uh-huh.
It would be a pervious construction.
And the other parking zone would be remain pervious as well?
Right here, yes.
Yeah. Well, I didn't hear any comments from the other commissioners, so I don't know how to break this out into different, if we could, continue part of this and kind of let you go forward with the building of these aspects of your project. But Charlotte, is there a way to do that, or should we just continue everything?
I think I've never heard of partially closing a hearing, but the commission could acknowledge that at least the area within the fenced portion of the property, if it seems like that's not a concern for the commission, so I don't want to say formally approve right now, but if Tom would like to continue to our next meeting to kind of formalize that 6-foot wide path and the plan a little bit more, because that seems to be the commission's main questions here. We could continue to 6/26 and then really just focus on that portion of the project. Unless you want to condition it to have him, like, I don't know, submit a plan and come back to the commission or something like that kind of thing.
Mr. Pyatt, if it's okay with you and it's not going to delay your project, I think it'd be easier just to continue everything. And if you could come back with some more detail on, what specifically, which plants you want to remove and replace if there are still any, and what replanting would take place, I think we could probably move forward after that and reducing your kind of pathway.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Yes, please.
So if you remove consideration of the path from this tonight, we probably could issue an order of conditions for this. If I'm not mistaken, we're not, doesn't need a stormwater permit, right, Charlotte?
No, the total alteration was well under 5,000 square feet, and there was no increase in impervious of 500 or more, or net increase.
Yeah, okay, so if we weren't if we didn't consider the riverfront or the path through the riverfront, we could probably vote on this tonight, and then the applicant could come back at a later time with an RDA to deal with his path mowing, and that way he can get on with his project.
You'd be okay with an RDA, Tom?
What's that?
Yeah, that's fine with me, and I could also just keep, just from a paperwork standpoint, application standpoint, I could also just say I don't. What we're doing right now in the next couple of weeks, if I could be in front of you in 2 more weeks, is that what it would be?
Yeah.
Yeah, if I could be back in front of you in 2 more weeks, believe me, we're not doing that kind of work right now. We've got the thing totally ripped apart, and we're trying to get we're working inside the building, trying to get the roof on, trying to get siding in place, get that stuff started. So we're not going to be doing anything at the driveways right now anyway. I think we've got the dumpster right now on the paved portion in the bottom right hand corner there. So I could either leave this in place and amend it with a take that 20-foot thing and mark it up and resubmit it, and it just maybe just from a standpoint of the Robert's Rules of Order or whatever you call it, I just changed that 20 to 6 feet, and I could draw it. And I think what I would do then is I could put I could then mark it to say that the path would be. We would have some kind of markers on the path that tell people what it's, this is the path, and So I could address that with
There
Charlie
may,
before
there
the
may
meeting.
be other issues here too. How old is the wetlands delineation, first of all? Is that a recent one, Charlotte, or is it expired?
Well, it's
No,
a
I
river.
think the
It's a
original
river.
delineation was when this septic was installed several years ago.
So I just say that it'd be, it's up to you, but it just seems like it'd be a lot easier probably for everybody here if you just stayed within your fenced area and got approvals for that. And then the only thing you're really talking about here then is mowing the path, and you can do that with and rebuilding a fence. And so we're gonna have some conditions about that as well. So it'd be easier for us to deal with that part of it, and you too, probably as a separate, an RDA, or I don't know about another notice of intent. I don't know. What are the difference in costs here, Charlotte? It's gonna cost.
NOIs are more expensive. You would be working within inner riparian zone, so I don't. I'd have to double check the Wetlands Protection Act. I didn't find any exemptions for mowing an undisturbed or seemingly undisturbed resource area as an exempt activity, but mowing of lawns is an exempt activity, at least under the Wetlands Protection Act,
Yeah,
existing lawn.
okay. Well, it's up to the applicant, how he wants to proceed. I think we could vote on everything within the existing fence tonight pretty easily.
I mean, it's probably easiest for me to just leave things in place if I have to come back down
Yeah, okay.
and buy another permit and fill out another application. That takes time too, and I just,
Yeah.
all I'm really talking about is a portion of this thing, and if nothing happened, if we didn't even get approved, the property is still nice property. So it isn't a make or break kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So I'd leave it in place and just amend it and come back to you, I think.
Sure.
Okay. Well, then we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
And that's June 26th time. So
Yeah.
6/26, just keeping in mind documents we do about a week before, but it would be Wednesday, June 18th because of the holiday on the 19th.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, our next hearing is for NOI 25-12. And that's new as well. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 regarding NOI 25-12 to construct a fieldstone retaining wall to stabilize an existing coastal bank within land subject to coastal storm flowage along the northern boundary of 94 North Main Street for William Henry Jr. The public is invited to offer input by emailing cpectel@cohassetmass.gov. Details for accessing the Zoom platform are on Conservation Commission agenda online at cohassetmass.gov in the meeting hearing notices. Charlotte.
Sorry, my mouse is jumping around. Hi, Bill. Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Charlotte. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right, so I'll dive into the project. So Jeff Bassett here with Morse Engineering. And this is an NOI for a fieldstone retaining wall to stabilize the toe of a bank. And the property is 94 North Main Street. It's owned by Bill and Carol Henry, which I believe Bill is on the call as well. And the property itself is 1.3 acres. It has approximately 590 feet of frontage along Little Harbor. It continues in this direction all the way to the cemetery, which this property abuts on the westerly side. And then it's abutted by another residence on the right-hand side on the easterly side. Working back from North Main Street, there is a driveway that goes back to a detached garage and then a walkway to the home itself. They have a swimming pool, and then they have a small backyard, and the blue line is the top of the coastal bank. And let me zoom in on that. And that's where the work is proposed. The lawn is at approximately elevation 19, and then it slopes down to approximately elevation 7 at the salt marsh. So the owners, Bill and his wife Carol, have owned this property for 55 years. Bill's actually a former commission member. And what they've noticed, especially recently, is that the water is coming up to the toe of this bank more often with sea level rises and sedimentation into Little Harbor. And this property is really, it's in the southern end of Little Harbor. So any northeast wind, this is where all the water is blown to. So it really sees the surges quite frequently. And they're finding that they've been battling erosion on the toe of that slope for a long time now. So here's a picture of it. So this is their walkway shown right here, coming down from their pool area. The home is over here. This is the salt marsh in here, in the toe of the slope. And they've tried using vegetation. They've tried using a geogrid. You can see in this picture, they've tried using 2x12s, and they just get wiped out. That was ineffective from what I'm told. So what we're proposing is to do a 2.5-foot tall fieldstone wall right at the toe of the slope, or back about 1.5 feet. And the length is 112 feet, so it'll tie in on either end in this area where we're showing it. It's not the entire frontage. Again, this property has almost 600 feet of frontage. And then we've designed it to be an even cut fill. So they'll cut into the slope and then build a 2.5-foot tall wall and put that material on the top. All the work will be upgrading into the salt marsh, and it's going to be done primarily by hand or with a very small machine. We are proposing an erosion barrier right at the salt marsh. So they only have about 3 feet between the wall and the salt marsh to work. And also due to accessibility, you wouldn't be able to get any significant equipment down there. So with that erosion barrier and the small equipment doing the work, we don't anticipate any adverse impact on the resource area itself. So the resource areas are obviously the coastal bank. This will be a temporary disturbance in an area, again, prone to erosion, and it ultimately is being done to stabilize that bank as an improvement. The area is also land subject to coastal storm flowage, and because it's a net cut fill, there's no impact as far as flood storage in that area. And again, no impact to the salt marsh. So with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Unless, Bill, I don't know if you have anything to add, up to you.
Nothing.
I think we're good.
Yeah. Question about previous efforts. What vegetation was, what did they use to attempt to kind of retain the slope of vegetation?
Yeah, go ahead. We had a lot of just various vegetation there, and I planted it with Rosa rugosa, the whole hill. We've used, put Gore-Tex down on the whole hill to try and maintain it. We're a little bit, literally, it's the sand gravel. That's why the people that came here for burial, that's why they came. It's just the whole area for the cemetery and so on. There's no Cohasset granite there. And where even the house, we've had to rebuild some of because it's just sloping into the sand. So it was eroding, and the Gore-Tex has helped a lot. The Rosa rugosa, I took everything else that was there out and just planted the whole hill, both sides, all the way down to the water's edge. The recent water's edge has been invaded almost 24 inches, taking out Rosa rugosa that was down there along the bottom of it. And so we've had an increase in the tide. In real full moon tides, it's up almost 2.5 steps up. So they're about 5-inch steps. So probably 15 inches, 16 inches. The addition of the sand too out in the harbor is increasing the height of the tide that blows in across from the beach. Having lived there 55 years, 2 feet either side of high and low tide, there was water out there that was probably 6 feet deep. And now it's all sand and the mussel beds and so on are all gone from that sand that comes in through the opening under the bridge. So that's raised the tide as well when it just without a storm. And then with a storm, I mean, those pieces of wood, they must come from Spain. I mean, they're just, I was saying, when Charlotte came by, we had a new piece that was about 8 feet long and about 8 inches in diameter that arrived most recently in the last couple of weeks. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, Tom, anything?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling back through near map to see what kind of changes I can see. And at least vertically, you know, a vertical view, you really can't see much change at all. But I suppose when you get down there in those steps, you can actually measure the difference. So yeah, I mean, it's Little Harbor is a dynamic system for sure. And it sure didn't help to pump all that, all the dredge spoils onto Sandy Beach because they all blew into Little Harbor. So that's where a lot of that sand came from. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Very ill-conceived plan there to take all that sand and make the sandbar on the north side of Little Harbor even bigger. So, so anyway, looking back all the way to 2014, I don't see a big difference in the shoreline there. So I don't know what to say about that, honestly.
Okay. Anything else?
Not really. I mean, you're in the nor'easter, yeah, you're going at that end of the Little Harbor, it's going to see the biggest waves in Little Harbor for sure. And storm surge is an issue that all of us are having to come to grips with here in town. It's just going to get worse. So it seems like it's probably a good idea to fortify that slope a bit more.
Okay. Thank you. Steve.
I agree that fortifying it would be really preferable to leaving it the way it is. When the slope there is fairly steep, and we basically had the same vegetation as far as the near map maps that they had. So I don't have a problem with the Rosa Rugosa. It's been there forever. But keeping the erosion down is probably not a bad idea there. It also looks like when you look at the near map stuff that the changes in water have really changed the vegetation on the salt market and salt.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. I think the plan is pretty good.
Kathy?
No, I don't have any questions or comments.
Okay. Sanji?
Yeah, I think this plan is pretty good, but I do have some questions. Like I was trying to, like, given everything we talked about, surge and the changing dynamic of Little Harbor, like, are we confident this is gonna stop erosion, like at the structure? Like it just, I'm not an engineer, so maybe it's a question for Jeff. Like, why do we think this is gonna help? And maybe my second follow-up question is, like, would you want to sort of fortify things at the top of the bank, at the limit of the sort of landscape property versus at the bottom?
Yeah, so it's the toe of the slope that sees the wave action and it's hit by the water. The top of the slope would really only be eroded by rainwater, and they're not seeing that as far as I know. It's really the toe that we need to fortify. And I agree with the applicant that this is the best method to fortify that toe of the slope.
Yeah, and so
With the addition of the Rosa Rugosa and the Gore-Tex, we've maintained the whole top of it. It's the bottom where the tide comes in and the waves. I mean, you get whitecaps in there pretty significant when it's blowing pretty good. We can get winds that have it, and just took out what I had 16 inches. It took that out like it was 1/4 inch plywood and threw it up into into the Rosa Rugosa.
Yeah, like I was just trying to think, like I'm not injured, but like, will the fields, like, will you be rebuilding this wall in 5 years, given that kind of wave action?
Well, hopefully not. We'll see. I mean, if we do, then we'll have to raise it higher, I guess. I mean, I spent some time in Martha's Vineyard, and that whole harbor along there, they built walls that are, 7, 8 feet to protect all the homes and the slope and everything else that they have in Vineyard Haven.
Yeah, I know in this case, though, the top of the wall is elevation 9.5, 2.5 feet higher than the salt marsh. I mean, that's going to be 99.9% of the storms this will protect from.
I mean, the cemetery's got a wall down there that's probably 4 feet high, and they're not in the direct northeast portion of the water. And I admit, I originally was hoping we could build a little higher wall because I have the same concerns. But if we get one in there and it doesn't substantially prevent what's going on in 3 to 5 years, why, yeah, we can top it up a little bit or something like that. I don't know, but I'd like to prevent losing, what we've got at the bottom, because when we erode that away, then it is going to erode above it and lose more.
Mm-hmm. My concern with a situation like this is that when I'm looking at either side of where the proposed wall would be, and it's trees and hardier vegetation. When you introduce a hard barrier, that wave energy and that water, it gets diverted to to those locations, and so there's kind of two parts. I don't think we want to see seawall along the whole inner side of and understanding this is a particular location where you get more direct northeast energy, but there's trees on either side of this location. I understand you probably want to maintain your view. That's right where your house is, but I would be interested in seeing if hardier plants, small trees would do the job better and be more of a contiguous kind of situation to either side of where the proposed wall would be, rather than just putting in a hard barrier that's gonna divert that energy to those natural areas and potentially cause more problems on either side of on your neighbor's side to your east and to the rest of your property over to the northwest.
Well, my neighbor's side is the trees are right down to the water, and there's no erosion there at all. And if you go along farther down the harbor, it goes farther in towards its flat, going in towards the cemetery. And so it's and there's planting in there, and I've allowed them to take out a lot of it, the scrub stuff that was there and the poison ivy, because they wanted the view for the cemetery, and it wasn't anything of value. It wasn't Rosa Rugosa or anything like that. And the 55 years we've lived there, that hasn't really eroded at all. They haven't really had any problems. There's no burials along there or anything. And the trees, there's a lot of trees in there, and we've left those. And so there hasn't been any erosion. That hasn't changed. There's a rock wall along there that the Bates property put in, a granite rock wall that is down right in next to the marsh that runs the whole length, the whole 600 feet, and up around the corner to the neighbors that they put in there probably 150 years ago. Those rocks and all are still there. You can see them when you walk along. They haven't been covered up with anything.
But is that like, and I'm a little confused, like, is that an argument for Chris's point? Like, can you hold this bank better with trees that seem to have held in your abutter's property based on your map?
I don't know. There were some trees there before that were small. There was one tree, a pear tree, and the rest was just scrub stuff. And it was every year when the rain and everything, it was just more of it washing down the hill, because we live on a sand. It's a sand hill. It's all sand and small rock. When we put that pool in, they put in, dug it down to put a 9.5 foot deep pool. And they put the rebar in, and a couple weeks later, they came in to put the gunite, and the sand and the rocks from the rain and so on had gone down another foot. So they ended up having to put it was a 10.5 foot pool instead of 9.5 feet. And that was 54 years ago. We did that. It's all sand and gravel that isn't any bigger than my fist.
Yeah, I think it's nice that it's only 112 feet long and, the 600 feet of frontage to break it up. It's not like it's fortifying the entire section of the harbor, and it's just the one critical area where
Yeah,
the developed portion of
understood.
the lot.
I'm talking about the precedent sort of for this area and maybe finding some sort of middle ground where you break this wall up with some trees. Because what's going to happen is your wave energy is going to get diverted to either side. And that sand and gravel that is now being held in place by the roots of those trees is going to get washed out, and your trees are going to start falling over.
I don't know. It hasn't happened in all the years we've been here at all. It doesn't, no washout on the right-hand side where the Peisch property is. There's no loss there. There's no wood in there that comes in. All that driftwood, it comes in and comes flying in there, right facing dead northeast.
Well, yeah, respectfully, that's because there's no stone wall there right now. It's able to, the waves are able to wash up and they understandably they're causing the erosion problem that you're here in front of us for. But just putting hard barrier in there is going to divert that energy to either side and wash out the banks on either side. So
I think, I don't know, you'd have to get somebody, hydraulic engineer to tell me that. I mean, living there 55 years, it hasn't changed on either side of us. They don't get the wood and all the debris and so on that comes up there. We're the last stop. And there's very little driftwood that ends up anywhere else other than right in that loop that we have right there at the base of that hill.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, well, any other commissioners have any comments, questions?
I have a comment, yeah, I think I'm struggling with this one because I worry that we're gonna ring Little Harbor with seawalls, and just worry that we haven't explored every option. I know some properties have them in the past, but like, I'm just looking at your butters and will we be talking about something to ring their peninsula?
There was no hesitation to put the seawall up around the cemetery. And it's much higher seawall. The level is about the same as we had, but they were having the water come up into the graves in the area.
Yeah, I think of a lot of the properties where the developed area goes right down to the salt marsh, they already are fortified with similar walls.
And do we know the timing of that though? Like some of those properties, I think were well before we had Wetland Protection Acts, right?
Yeah, most of them are. Yep.
When I was on the Conservation Commission, there were people that we allowed to build seawalls in the Gulf so they could have an infinity pool.
No, property.
I don't think that would fly now, but that's when, the liberalists were running the show.
Well, I'm just looking at this bank on your map and I just see trees all the way to the spot where the wall's proposed and trees on the other side of the slope. And it just seems like trees would do this job. And just fit the scene naturally.
Yeah. I'd like to invite you over. You should come and look. Charlotte came and looked. You come and look. And I think you'll understand better and walk the property. And you can start down at the cemetery where you put the wall there and walk the whole length of the property. I'll show you the granite stones that the Bates people put in from the place across the street, which was probably 150 years ago or longer, when what was on our house, our property was a little one-room schoolhouse. those granite stones that run the whole length of that property all the way around are still there, not covered with any, sand, water, or anything like that. They're visible and they've been there for over 100 years. I think a site visit's a good idea, actually. Sometimes when we're looking at all the drawings and looking at your map and the like, it's useful to actually get on the site and get a better feel for it.
Yeah, I think I'd invite you all to come.
I'd agree with that. Maybe we're missing something in these overhead views of this from the satellites.
Okay. I think that would be helpful.
So, sure, when are we going to do this?
Yeah, I guess if everyone's available at some point within the next 2 weeks, just being mindful that, we should probably meet preferably at some point next week, just so that can give Jeff and Bill and his team enough time to, think of any potential design alternatives or improvements or revisions to the plan before our June 26th meeting. So if you guys are around next week, that could be, I think that's possible. Bill, if that works for you, we can find a date.
Yeah, I'm here next week.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Great.
We'll
Thank you,
continue
everyone.
till June 26th. We'll see you in between that.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. And all right, next up we have NOI 25-14 and stormwater permit 25-7. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, June 5th, 2025 for NOI 25-14 and stormwater permit 25-7 to reconstruct a single-family house, remove and reconfigure an existing paved driveway, and install a pool and fencing, patio, auto court, landscape, and stormwater utilities within the 200-foot riverfront area of the Gulf River and the 50-foot and 100-foot salt marsh buffer zones along the coastal bank for EJP Wadsworth LLC at 70 Black Horse Lane. The public's invited to offer input by emailing cpectel@cohasset.gov. Details for access to the Zoom platform or on the Conservation Commission agenda online at www.cohassetmass.gov and the meetings and hearing notices.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. My name is Mark Flaherty from Flaherty and Stefani. We're an engineering firm in Plymouth. My client Eric Pontiff does a lot of work in Plymouth, so he asked us to come up to Cohasset to help him on his property. And if I can share the screen, Mr. Chairman,
please.
What's going on?
Yeah, could I interrupt for just a minute? Charlotte, do we have a near map project for this? I don't see it.
Oh, nope, but I'll make one right now.
Okay, good.
So we all can see the site plan. We're on Black Horse Lane through here. There's an existing house that has been recently removed. There's a faint line through here. It was a relatively large house. The house was accessed by an existing paved driveway, which was on the backside of the rear of Black Horse Lane. And if I can go around this site plan to show you what's going on in terms of wetland resources. This is the Gulf River. This is the femur elevation right through here walking up. This is the 50-foot buffer to the top of the coastal bank, and the top of the coastal bank runs along through here. This is also part of the top of the coastal bank. So what's in red through here is the 50-foot buffer. We're also part in the riverfront of of Gulf River. This is the river being the mean high water over through here. This is the 100-foot riverfront riparian zone. This is the edge of the 200-foot riverfront here. Again, we're replacing an existing house. We're removing the existing paved driveway on this property. Nearly the entire site forward of this vegetated line is all either lawn or degraded area. We have the 100-foot buffer right through here, so a good portion of the house is in garage, and the auto court and the driveway is outside the 100-foot buffer. What is in the 50-foot buffer? There's just a small amount of in this red area right through here. There's an existing lawn area right through here, and we have a proposed 4-foot high fence. So we're asking the commission for a waiver to work to leave the existing lawn and put a pool fence inside the 50-foot buffer. There is another plan I'll also bring up from Laura Jamian, who's the landscape designer. She put a nice little landscape plan together. So the driveway comes up to this auto court. Any runoff goes to a rain garden down forward outside the 100-foot buffer. We have another drainage area through here for the roof drainage. This patio area behind the house, any runoff is captured by this pea stone strip drain through here. As I indicated, there is really no trees to come down. There's an existing tree that will remain through here, and if I switch to the landscape designer plan, you can see that she's done a very nice job in terms of laying out a series of landscaping plants. Again, this is Black Horse Lane. The orientation of this plan is a little different from the site plan. This is the 100-foot buffer right through here. As I work my way around this way, again, this is the 50-foot buffer where
I'm having a really hard time figuring out where you are and what you're talking about here. Can you zoom out a little bit so we get some context where it looks like
Okay, so let me go back to the site plan, Tom.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think your view you're sharing is like zoomed in. I can't zoom out enough to control like what I'm looking at in context.
So do you want me to zoom in?
I mean, I can't
Yes.
even tell where you are on Black Horse Lane.
Can you zoom out a little bit actually on your view so that we can kind of see the
Zoom out, zoom out.
The top bar there's a plus and minus sign.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for my
Just to the
my
right.
screen. Oh, right over here.
No,
Thank
too
you.
far.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
over here.
Yeah, minus. Okay,
Okay, so
okay.
is this a better view, Tom?
Well, I want you to zoom in on that location map in the upper left-hand corner,
Okay.
so we know exactly where this property is. I mean, I'm totally lost.
Okay, so
Okay, so there's
we
Supper
have
Island.
we have Summer Street with Black Horse Lane coming down to the end.
Yeah.
Right through here. This is the Gulf River over through here, and this is the Gulf River swings around in front of the property, and so do we get a sense where we are, where Westgate Lane?
I'm starting to get a grasp on this. I gotta turn some stuff off here because it's just not making a lot of sense here yet.
We're up the street from the 94 Black Horse Lane.
Tax wetlands, turn that off, turn that off. Turn that
Okay.
off, turn that off, okay. Still have some stuff up here. I'm just trying to look at the, hey, Charlotte, would you turn all these wetlands things off and everything? So we just see that the property boundary?
Yeah.
Way too many
and
lines here on near map.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just gonna pull it up too, so you guys can all see it, so that public can see what we're referencing.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
yeah, I have no idea where we're at here.
The problem is if you type in 70 Black Horse Lane in near map, it does not take you to the exact location. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
marked
know.
it. Yeah, so this
That's-
is, I'll turn
All the buffers
off
and all.
some of the wetlands layers here.
Yeah, turn them all
There we
off.
go. So yeah, this is coming
all
up
we need is
Black
the
Horse
prop-
Lane. This is Supper Island. What?
All we need is the property lines, and then you need to go back to.
Yeah, this is the property line in red and yellow, and I'll just turn one layer off.
Okay.
Tom,
so-
part of the issue was it was
Okay.
recently subdivided.
It
Yeah.
was recently subdivided, so this is not accurate.
Oh, okay, but this is the property right here, right, Charlotte?
Yes.
The one in green, the green dot right here.
Oh,
It's
The
actually this
green
one.
dot is
Yeah.
subdivided.
That's why it's that you
Oh,
can't type in the address in near map. It won't take you to the exact location.
okay, so this was the old barn here, right?
Yes, and
And
that's
this is-
74 Black Horse
And
Lane
this
now.
this was the original farm?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Got it. Sorry to. All right. Maybe you can explain, go back a little bit then, Mr. Flaherty. And sort of, maybe even sort of almost start over.
Let me start all over again.
Yeah. You were going really fast too. And so we're just, while I'm looking for, where is this place? You're way ahead of me.
Sure. Okay. Here we are. So this is the property line right through here. There's another property line on the south side here.
Yeah.
Black Horse Lane. This was the original driveway in the back to serve that house
Wait,
and serve
Mr.
that
Flaherty,
barn that you
the
know.
solid line is the new subdivided property line?
Yes,
Like
right
your-
through
your
here.
curs-
Yes.
Okay.
So the new property line is the new property is 47,000 square feet.
Got it. Thank you.
We're good.
Yes.
Wait,
So-
are you like, when you split that lot, are we looking at the northern side of the lot or the southern? Like, I'm just trying to follow along the comments for this new subdivision.
So
Map north is true north here, right?
So, right, it's this was I believe this was the common property right through here, commissioners, and they put a property line right down the middle of this locus over through here. Does that help
Okay.
you?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just confine ourselves to this 47,000 square foot lot. We've taken the house down. We're going to remove this existing pavement. We're asking for a small waiver to work within the 50-foot buffer up through here from the coastal bank. The house and the patio and the auto court are all outside the 50-foot buffer. This is the in red is the 100-foot buffer right through here to the top of the coastal bank and the BVW. So we talked about the drainage. We talked about another drainage scheme up here. This is the patio. It's on town water and town sewer. Where we got a erosion control is going to be a silt sock along the perimeter and going across the back and coming down the sides to this point and around the perimeter, where we're really not changing the overall grades. We have a little bit of grading in the back of the patio area here. What's over here is the existing wood line to on the river side of the act. All the rest of it is lawn or disturbed area right through here. And if I switch to the landscaping plan, is that okay for the commissioners members to follow
Before we
along?
go there,
Say
the
that
existing
again?
house, a question, the
Yeah.
existing home, what portion of that was in the 100-foot and the 50-foot buffer that you removed?
Okay, so can we see this faint line right through here that there's a little jiggy jog and there's a garage right through here?
Yeah,
the limit of the existing house. A good portion of the existing house was in the 100-foot buffer. And so on the landscaping plan, I think she shows in dash.
Let me be clear, Mr. Flaherty, like what I'm trying to figure out is what's the net? Like you had a house in the 150, you're putting a
Okay.
new house in, like what are we netting out? You know,
Yep,
is
I'm
it more
happy
or
to tell-
less?
I'm happy to
Yeah.
tell you that. So over through here, let me see if I get rid. Whoops. I don't think I should have done that. Shared. Come on, shared. So to answer your question, here is our impacts over here. The existing house inside the 50 to 100 was added up to 3430. The proposed house and the patio and the pavers adds up to 2,260 square feet. Does that answer your question on that matter?
I'm seeing a number 5465. What's that?
That was the impervious inside there, the riverfront area.
Existing, right? Total existing and proposed is a reduction. Would that not be a reduction, or is that additional?
This is reduction.
Right.
5465 down to 4699.
Sometimes that's shown as like a negative. In this case, it's just they're just showing that it's less.
Got it. So there's overall impervious in the buffer with this new house on the property, like that's a net reduction.
It's a net
overall.
reduction of maybe 1,200 or so, 1,260 square feet or so.
In both the 50 to 100 and the 100 to 200 is what you're saying.
Yes.
But why is the pool not included in the as impervious?
Yeah, so we have it right over here.
Right.
Proposed pool and
Thank you.
patio area and paver stepping
Thank you.
zones.
Thank you.
Yep. So any questions on the site plan to this point?
No, I think I have questions for the landscaping about trees and whatnot, but not right now. Okay.
So the orientation, again, this is where the driveway started, Black Horse Lane. Coming up the driveway or coming down from Black Horse Lane to a lower area to an auto court. And this is where the landscape designer has the house, the patio, the pool area. And so she has a full schedule of plantings. There's an existing tree over here that's going to remain and so she has a screening of landscaping on the left side of the property and on the right side of the property over through here. Here's the existing house that we have to the right. I'm not sure exactly. That would be on the east side.
It's always kind of nice to have all of your maps oriented the same way.
She was just trying to make it graphically, make it easier for looking at her plan and rather than have it kind of more vertical, she has it horizontal.
Yeah. So you could rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise. Might have been the wrong direction.
About that.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. I guess she wasn't even she wasn't oriented east-west. So yeah, that's maybe a little bit better.
So, is there a tree, like table, like removed and proposed as well, like the,
We have a landscaping schedule, yes.
can you bring us over to that? I can't.
I'm gonna have to go back to the other orientation.
Yeah, sure.
So this is her schedule of plantings. Junipers and sweet pepper bushes and hollies, and she has native plantings inside the 50-foot buffer over in this area. So she switched, she wanted to make sure that there were native plantings. And
Okay, so these are all proposed. There was the one tree that you mentioned that was existing to remain. Are there trees that are gonna be taken out, removed in the resource or the buffer zones?
so there's nothing in the buffer zone that's gonna, just this existing tree is to remain.
It looks like there was quite a large tree just to the east of that. Just that
There's another tree over here that she indicates is remaining.
No, right where right about where it says Stone Landing, the header for the leader for Stone Landing. Looks like there was quite a large tree back in April there, even bigger than the one that she wants to remain. Did that tree get removed?
We're not showing it right here. Is that Tom?
It's right where it says Stone Landing.
Right here.
Yep,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, maybe Charlotte, when being out there, maybe she can weigh in, Charlotte, if you can.
Quite a large tree.
I don't know if the plan is just off scale, but the existing tree to remain, I'm trying to look at it on the aerials versus there. I don't know if it's just the placement on the plan is just perhaps a little off, or maybe she just wasn't putting in a bigger circle to reflect the canopy near the home.
Yeah.
I don't know, Charlotte. It sure looks like that tree's gone.
Okay. Yeah, there are two trees that you can see on the aerial. There's one.
The smaller one's the one that looks like it's going to be retained, but that tree there was probably 100 years old or more.
Can you share, Tom, so everyone knows what you're showing, what you're talking about?
You have to just go to near map and take a look.
Well, I'd like to, Charlotte, can you share their screen with Tom's doing the project so that the audience can see what we're talking about?
So there were two here near the home, near the existing home.
Split. No, split near. Here. Yeah.
If you look at the oblique views on near map of that tree and compare to where the edge of the house is, the old house is, I think that tree was outside of the buffer zones, so it really isn't a concern to us.
Oh, good point.
Is it still in Riverfront? I'm sorry, I can go back to the plan. I just wasn't sure if this tree was also, it may be outside buffer, but is it outside Riverfront?
Oh, probably not.
This is the riverfront right through here.
Yeah. Yeah, Riverfront kind of goes like, yeah.
So this was the existing house.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, maybe it's even outside the riverfront.
It was outside the riverfront as well, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
It's where the garage is going to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so let's go. Yeah, I guess you're gonna add a bunch of trees anyways, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say your landscape architect was here today, or is it just you?
Just me.
Okay. Is that it they have for us?
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Right.
That's what I have, Steve.
Thank you.
Chris, I'm sorry.
No problem. Could you zoom out again? I'm sorry. It's just like you're on your screen. It seems like you're zoomed in, so I can't zoom. I can't control my view. That's better. Thank you. So the proposed, I'm going to start with Charlotte. Charlotte, the proposed here is adding trees to decreasing impervious surface in both buffer zones. Do you have any input for us?
Yeah,
Mm.
so Mark, I'm sorry if you are seeing those comments late, but I did submit some comments that at the time I recommended just holding off because, usually with these kinds of projects, we do want to see more information most of the time. So I just asked Mark and his team to hold off on responding to my comments. Most of them relate to obviously conforming to the performance standards for redevelopment in the riverfront. So I asked for a little bit more clarity on that. Obviously reduction in impervious is obviously a good start there, just making sure going through all the performance standard, just making sure the project is compliant with that. And then also noting that, we do have our stricter policies with alteration of a resource area, which we limit to 1,000 square feet unless a variance is granted, then obviously work within the 50 would need a variance as well. So yeah, I did have a handful of comments for the project. I do not believe as of today that we have received a DEP file number, so we'll just need to follow up with DEP on that, unless Mark, you got it very recently and I
Yeah,
just
no,
wasn't copied.
I have not seen it, Charlotte.
Okay, yeah, he was issuing them today, but maybe didn't get to ours. And so yeah, there's just a couple things that kind of waiting on clarification for. Did note that the pool is new, so not sure if some of my comments I think might have related to obviously either orienting, relocating, or trying to shift anything as far outside riverfront as possible, just being mindful of some of those new structures going in. So yeah, that's kind of it overall. But I will just note that just so that the commissioners are aware, I will be talking internally about this, but there was a demo permit that was issued for the structure itself, but not for anything else. So I will admit that there were some disagreements there. So I will be talking internally about that, but just wanted to clarify that with the commission that no other work was done other than just taking down the existing structure by hand.
By hand. Impressive.
Well, supposedly, but you know what I mean? Not like any heavy excavation that would have disturbed the soil or anything like that. So, but like I said, that I think that was a, I will be talking internally about that.
Yeah, I think the foundation is still in place, Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the foundation was not to be touched. No vegetation was to be removed. No topsoil or anything was to be disrupted. No driveway, but it's still working riverfront. So I think we just need to clarify that a little bit more internally with our procedures.
So that tree's still there.
Sorry?
It's outside the riverfront, but that tree is still there then?
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to visit this site just given some of the pending comments. So I will definitely visit the site to confirm, but yeah, I'll make note of that.
Can I ask for a clarification what you just said? Like, if they demoed the house, that should have been something that came to the Conservation Commission because it's work in a buffer zone.
Yeah, there were some arguments well, not arguments, but there were some discussions back and forth of like, if removal of the structure from the foundation up is subject to our jurisdiction, but depending on how you read it, there can be a yes and a no there, but I would consider it was because obviously it's a removal of impervious roof area from the riverfront partially. So normally we do not allow demo to occur before any permitting has gone through with the Conservation Commission. It's even in the order of conditions that no work can occur until you record the order of conditions. So I think if they were gutting the house, I think that would have been fine because that's clearly outside of our jurisdiction. But yeah, it was definitely more of an internal thing that just wanted to make note to the commission that I will be talking about, but I don't think we should be doing that moving forward.
Okay. So internal stuff, as you said. will be hashed out. So they were basically granted a permit to do the demo. Not
Demo only down to the foundation, nothing else.
all right. Other commissioners, Tom, any comments or questions based on what we've heard and seen tonight?
No, we haven't heard anything though about the runoff situation at all, have we?
There was a note about the roof runoff going to the system, yeah, to the plan
Yeah,
north.
I mean, there was no presentation about the stormwater that is pertinent to the stormwater permit.
Yeah, so we submitted a whole stormwater drainage report to the commission showing that the peak rate of runoff is less than what is presently out there, Tom. And this
Detail, explain how you're going to deal with the runoff, please.
Okay, so the low point in the driveway is right through here. The water from the driveway goes into a scupper, and then there's a grass swale that goes into a rain garden that's really outside the 100-foot buffer and outside the riverfront area. So for water from the roof, and from the patio area, it goes into a subsurface drainage area back in this corner. Any water from the patio is captured by this strip drain that leads into this subsurface drainage system. Roof drainage from the back.
What is that, a Coltech system or?
Yes, it's a Coltech system.
What do we got here?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, continue.
So we have essentially two drainage systems, the front and the rear.
And the outer court, that's impervious?
That's impervious, yes. And you can note that it's outside any of the buffers.
Yeah, well, we're talking about stormwater permit at this point.
Yep, okay.
The buffers, it's good that it's outside the buffer, the rain garden.
But it's part of the stormwater, yes.
Yeah.
So we captured this, the impervious surfaces, and did the runoff calculations for lawn and pavement, and provided a pre-development report versus a post-development report for the stormwater.
How much has the impervious area increased?
I don't have it in front of me, Tom, right now, but there was an overall, my belief, there was an overall reduction in the, we gave Charlotte in the commission a table, it was an Excel that I don't have it with me right now, Tom.
I mean, it looks like the impervious surfaces have increased substantially from the previously existing structure there. The driveway alone, very large. The patio, is that pervious or impervious?
That right now that's we're showing that as impervious.
So,
but we could make that impermeable, pervious pavers though.
So wait a minute, it's either pervious or it's impervious.
So right now we're showing that it is impervious.
Okay. And that's what you're going with in your stormwater application, right?
That's correct. Yes.
I mean, it looks like there's a very large increase in impervious area on this property. I mean, really big. So yeah, I'd like to see the change in pervious versus impervious.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, and I would agree with Tom. Like, given the autocart, like, yeah, it seems like it seems like there's an increase, not a decrease.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he pulled it out, and that and the
this is in there.
Just in the buffer zones. Tom's talking about the total project.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole thing.
Most of the added impervious is outside the buffer zones, which is not on those tables. So it's the auto court, the driveway, the garage.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
So Charlotte, do we have that information in what they've submitted?
Mark, are you referring to the stormwater calculations report and the tables
Yes.
that were provided? Okay,
there-
yeah, I can pull those up.
There was a nice chart there. I think that there was a table that we submitted, Charlotte.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna go to that page I was going through here. Oop. Sorry. Can you guys still see my screen or did I switch over?
No, I can't see it.
Oh, sorry, one sec. I don't know why my view just switched.
We're still looking at Mark's screen.
Okay. So this is design point one. Mark, sorry, can you remind me which one's design point one? I'm just gonna go through the 3 pages that you submitted.
I believe
Still
this
can't
is
see it.
design point 1 over here, Charlotte. And there was another design point back over in this area.
Charlotte, we still can't see it.
You guys can't see my screen?
Nope.
Nope.
I can see it.
can.
You can see, wait a minute.
You can see the summary. You guys can't see the summary form?
I
No.
see it.
See it.
No, we're still looking at Mr. Flaherty's screen, I believe.
Hmm. I do
saw
have the option of multiple participants sharing, so Mark, it might be easier for you to stop sharing and then I can just pull up mine. Sorry, I don't
Okay.
know what happened there. Usually you
Okay.
can switch back and forth, but it's okay. All right, how's that?
Yeah.
Here we
I
go.
see.
Yeah, so there's 3 design points. So the summary pages that Mark and his team provided, I'll just slowly scroll through them, but does look like a reduction overall in the peak rate and volume. Not sure about these. Oh, well, yeah, here, yeah. And 1S, I'm sorry, 1S means which area is that for the site plan?
You know, ordinarily, we would require a map showing the subcatchments here.
Yeah,
I
and we
think we
did.
have
Up
that.
there,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
submitted that.
Yeah,
is that, let's have a look at that first.
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, it might be easier to see the subcatchments first.
Yeah. And that way we can talk about each one of those.
Oh,
Can you-
sorry, Mark, can you go back to your
Can you put
site
it up
plan?
for me, Charlotte? I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I can pull it up too if you don't have it ready.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you can.
Oh, okay. There we go. Oops, sorry. So this is existing conditions on the first screen here,
Okay.
and then proposed. So design point one's down here by the new driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Design point two is back here, and then 3 is over here.
Okay, so how are, one by one, how are these plumbed? You explained the driveway that you have a low spot at design point 1, and then it runs into the rain garden. And that covers your driveway and parking area. So you have some others there. Obviously, some of these are roof.
Yes.
And so how does the plumbing work there? What do your downspouts do? Where do they go?
So what we have is, we took the garage and took the roof. Part of the roof goes forward. Really, this is the garage roof going in the direction of design point 1. This this pond, this drainage area 4 goes forward. This area back over here.
Oh, we can't see what you're pointing at.
Okay, so this is the existing lawn area back over here, Tom. And along with the, so this lawn area goes to this design point number 3. This portion of the grass and this area over through here drains to this design point over here at design point number 2.
Okay, again, I can't see what you're doing.
Your cursor's not.
My screen, I
Oh.
can't see your cursor.
Charlotte's sharing.
Oh, okay.
If you, I'm happy to help annotate, Mark, or also I think anyone can do it if you guys are familiar with the annotation tool, or if you want to go back to your screen and share where you're pointing, that might be easier too. Sorry, we're going back and forth on multiple screens here, so.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean,
Does someone want to annotate, or should I stop sharing and have Mark pull his plan back up?
no, let Mark do it. I mean, he's using his
Okay.
cursor, and we should be able to see that. And it's hard for you to anticipate what he's talking about, or even you may not even be getting it right. So I just see the cursor jumping around on my screen, and it's hard to relate that to what he's talking about. So he
So
should.
let's call this area down here, Tom, and the commission as
Wait a
design
minute,
point.
you gotta- let's see your screen.
It's there, Tom. You have to go up to the top of the screen and select his tab. There's 2 screen tabs up there. Just bring your
Can you
mouse.
can you see my cursor?
No.
If you bring your mouse up to the top of your, at least might be different on a Mac, but you bring it up to the top of the Zoom thing, and then you'll see 2 tabs. One says Charlotte's screen and one says Mark's screen. Click
Oh,
on
yeah, I
the
haven't
screen.
seen that. You are viewing, okay, so under view options.
Yeah, it's fine. It's right at the very top.
Ah, there we go. Got it. All right. Oh, okay. That's learned something new about Zoom tonight. Okay. Go ahead, Mark. Well, wait a minute. This is, I'm not seeing a map here with the subcatchments or any of that. I'm seeing the map we were just looking at of his.
See, I'm at home right now, and I didn't bring the watershed plans with me, Tom, so I can't call them up. Charlotte just called it up on her.
Is it on, at least the file that I have, it's all on the same PDF? Is there another page, that's after this one? Or you just
No,
have,
so-
this is just the,
So
oh,
they were
okay,
just 2 watershed plans.
got it. Yeah, sorry, whoever submitted them combined them in a PDF for me, so.
So it's
Sorry,
pretty
you don't
hard, it's pretty hard to talk about this if you're not prepared to be able to show your plans.
So are we continue with this hearing, or can I
Yeah.
come back here?
Well, yeah, I think we're continuing. We don't have the DEP. We're
Yeah,
missing a couple
So
things.
maybe we'll, at the next round, I'll be prepared to talk about the drainage for Tom and the commission members.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else that we should have Mr. Flaherty be prepared to talk about next time from other commissioners or Tom? For next time.
I can't think of anything right now.
Okay.
I just like to see a presentation, as we usually do, of a coherent stormwater plan, talking about
Understood. Just wanted to share
where the
it.
design points are, what kind of infiltration mechanisms that are being used, their sizing,
Yep. Yes.
how the down, where the downspouts,
Is there
all that.
test pits on here? Yeah, like test pits, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit more detail on the stormwater aspect of this.
Hey, good point, Chris. Let's emphasize, we don't see any test pits here at all. And it's our requirement that test pits be done on the site that you propose to put in an infiltration chamber or a rain garden. It can't be off to the side. They have to be, and that rain garden probably needs a couple of test pits. Your infiltration chamber needs at least one. Any place you've got a design point where you're infiltrating, you need to have a test pit.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll have that information.
Okay. Any other commissioners, anything else? I don't think so. Thank you. We'll continue this then to June 26th.
Very
Yeah,
good.
is that okay with you, Mark? And just
Yeah.
keeping in mind the documents would be due by June 18th, about a week before, because the 19th is a holiday.
Yeah, good. We can do that, Charlotte. Thank you.
Okay,
And
sounds good. Thank you.
Don't hesitate to contact Charlotte about what sort of formats we expect to see, and it just avoids a lot of confusion here. If you show us something that's familiar to us, let's say a format that's familiar to us,
Okay,
she can help you.
very good. I'll do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah.
So-
Thanks,
Good
Mark.
night. Yeah, good night.
All
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have request to amend NOI 23-31, which is continued from May 21st, 2025, 92 Beach Street, for a request to extend the pool fence. Charlotte, anyone in the audience?
Yeah, I don't see Sean. Brendan, I don't know if Sean's gonna be on, but we have Aaron Calbert, the property owner and applicant, and Brendan Sullivan from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors.
Yeah, this is mostly a Sean show, so I know.
I was gonna say he was in the audience, but I don't see him anymore.
Oh, okay. Let me text him. Oh, he said he lost his connection.
Okay, so I'll promote him when I see him.
If you want, I could probably pull up the plan, Sean's plan, the landscape plan for.
Yeah, let's get a look at it and get going till he joins and can fill in.
Let's see, where are we? Here we are here. So I believe here in the red is the proposed fence location, revised from where it was located before. The original fence location was in this thick red dotted line up here. So the new fence location is further towards the salt marsh, giving them a little bit more lawn area down here. And I believe there's also some additional mitigation plantings inside the fenced-in area. This is all currently lawn area now, and it's going to be maintained as lawn.
Brendan, sorry to interrupt, but they did submit a revised plan. We had some after the fact knowledge that the coastal bank line may have been incorrect on the original plan. So I think, did Sean and Scott talk about that with you? And they had revised their planting plan, and I'm sorry I forgot to call you, but we would want to see the site plan revised. But I can pull up the plan that they just submitted, which is a little bit of an improvement from what we see here, because I think this was their previous version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. I was just looking at it like, wait, that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. I'm going to promote Sean right now. Hi, Sean. You're muted, but I have your plan pulled up.
Hey, folks, sorry about that. I had a problem with Zoom. It's Sean Papich Landscape Architecture on 222 North Street in Hingham. And yeah, what you pulled up, Charlotte, you were working back and forth with Scott in our office, and he and I were talking at great length about it. Adjusting the plan that had been presented. We had presented one, I believe, April 7th, and then also May 16th? Something along those lines. I believe we had one something around May 16th, where we made some adjustments each time. The last adjustment that we made was we moved the fence further in by a few feet toward the house, and we expanded the planting area as you see on this plan from what it was previously. there was some discussion about the coastal bank delineation that has been looked at by Merrill Engineering. But we've expanded the planting, as you can see in this plan, substantially. Doesn't go 100% back all the way out to where the previous coastal bank had been illustrated. It's pretty close to it, but it's hitting on the actual flood zone, edge of the flood zone, as you can see there. I don't know if you want to zoom in on that at all or not. I can also share my screen if I need to, but you've got it up here pretty well. Yeah, so it still comes out quite a ways, a pretty substantial increase in square footage of planting. We use a New England's coastal salt tolerant grass mix, as we typically would do throughout the entirety of that planting area, as well as some other salt tolerant shrubs, wetland edge shrubs that we put in. In addition, those you'd seen before also. Those are ones you'd already seen on the previous plans. So this plan revision is essentially moving the fence in a handful of feet and adding a large square footage of plantings.
And Sean, the overall hatch, like
Yeah,
angular, is that like seed mix?
that's correct. We were using that as essentially to cover all of that area, as well as all the voids between the woody plant material that gets planted there too.
Okay. So coastal bank, I'm trying to see where the new delineation lines up with the old. Is that on?
Yeah, take a look at where you see it there, Chris. We brought the fence out away from the coastal bank delineation now.
Yeah. So, but there's a new delineation, right?
That's the new delineation that you see in blue right there.
Okay. And the
That's correct.
previous is where? Is the previous one on here? Is it?
Previous one is, I'm wondering if you have, do we have the plan, or do we have a plan from
You can pull up the
Mel?
last version.
We don't, you can go ahead, yeah, you can do the other plan if you'd like to. And
No, it's fine. It's just, did it move in like significantly or out or what?
it moved out.
Yeah, like right, he was kind of following, I think, the land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I was confused, because now that looks like the flood. Now that's just zone X, basically.
That was always that was zone X. I think it was listed as zone, may have been listed as zone X zone, the division between AE
Yeah,
and
so
X.
zone X is up here, and then zone AE was here, or, oh, sorry, here's the previous plan. So the coastal bank was originally kind of here, pretty much along the limit of that FEMA flood line. But it was discovered after the fact that it's actually closer to here, based on the elevations and the slope difference. Right, Brendan, did you guys verified that, right? Like, because this was the original delineation that we'd approved 2 years ago, but recently I think it was discovered that this was accurate, and I think you had talked about that with Scott.
Right, correct. Yep. Originally we had it at elevation 11, which is the floodplain. But downslope of elevation 11, it's a greater than 10-to-1 slope, so there's no bank. But then down where the new line is shown on this plan that you have in front of you, it gets less than 10-to-1 between 9 and 8. So the top of bank is at 9.
There's still a pretty substantial increase in plantings over what was shown on that previous plan that we have.
Can I ask a clarifying, like, so is the blue dash now the top of the coastal bank in this new plan? Is that the takeaway?
Yeah,
right.
That's accurate.
Interesting. All right, Tom. Anything? Question?
Yeah, I'm just still sort of trying to digest all of this. I thought at the last meeting, this fence was going to be pulled way back from but this new delineation of the coastal bank has changed all that. Is that accurate?
No, it still came back. I guess maybe if relatively speaking, it wasn't way back. It was still a handful of feet that we came back from we were close to that.
I thought we were going back all the way to the pool, if I remember.
Yeah,
just
that's
looking
what
at my
I
notes.
remember.
Yeah.
That's what we had on
Yeah.
the approved. That's what we had on the original plan.
No, I think you weren't there, but your associate was there, and he was talking about going back to the pool.
No,
Yeah,
that was what was originally approved. That was on the original approved plan.
I'm thinking that meeting because, like, yeah, I don't get it. Like, it's all of a sudden magically the coastal bank is outside the fence when the fence was moving back behind the coastal bank. Like, I don't know. This feels a little fishy.
No, this plan, no. Now, before you say it feels fishy, let's at least use some reasonable decorum, if I can say so. So the original fence location, you see it clearly marked on there. The original fence location dashed. That's what's approved now. And so when we came in a handful of months ago, we had a plan that showed it extended out further, further than what you see here. And then we brought it back a handful of feet. And then we did that again. I think this is the third meeting on it, for the amendment. And so right now we currently show it in its tightest spot, a couple of feet back from the coastal bank right now. Originally we would have been a handful of feet away from essentially the existing vegetation that's there. So you can see it in from there. You see the kind of squiggle line that's the existing vegetation.
I apologize for my use of adjectives, but I'm concerned and suspect that the delineation of the coastal bank seems to coincidentally seem to now match the fence line that you wanted to go for 3 meetings ago.
Well, I don't know what to say about that other than it's almost, I don't want to, the word irrelevant wouldn't be appropriate, but salt marsh is really the concern here. What was taken out, I think you were probably here at the other couple of hearings, Sanji. What was taken out was poison ivy and buckthorn, all invasive by a landscaper who said, geez, this thing's going to get all over your wetland. You need to get out of here. So homeowners unwittingly had it taken out, not knowing what it was, not understanding it other than that the landscaper had said, yeah, you got to get rid of this stuff. So that's where we started this discussion a few meetings ago. We've come back, adjusted the fence back a handful of feet and vegetated substantially more than what we showed on the previous 2 plans, if I'm not mistaken.
So I thought we had a conversation about restoring the vegetation that had been removed in the 50-foot buffer here.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, but you're building a fence in the 50-foot buffer too.
No, but we had that. We had that fence there on the previous plan.
Yeah,
The previous 2
But not approved.
it's not approved. Yes, you proposed a fence, but we certainly didn't approve it.
Yeah, I'm kind of wasn't expecting this fence line either. I thought it was gonna at most kind of hug the previous coastal bank line, and that would be, you know, somewhat of a compromise. They would get more lawn without kind of impeding. Our concern being that, you know, with the previous kind of alterations to the resource area, that fencing it off is almost like I think it's a nice plan with your landscaping, but I just don't like the idea of fencing in resource area.
In 2020, this was undeveloped along that AE zone. And somewhere along the line, as you said, the landscaper came in and removed some of the vegetation, whether it's invasive or it isn't. We don't make that distinction necessarily in the 50-foot buffer. And so I can accept the fact that there was a lawn there uphill from the floodplain, you know, not the coastal bank, but the when you get into the X zone, and that would be redevelopment, and that might be an appropriate place to put the fence. But the fact that the there was disturbance in the 50-foot buffer that didn't exist in 2020. I mean, that's still within our jurisdiction there. So I think you need to pull that fence way back.
That was my expectation as well, that at least the fence was at least gonna be at that previous,
Along that gray line.
yes, previously.
Yeah.
Previously delineated coastal bank.
Yeah. I mean, you can argue that that's redevelopment because there was a lawn there. But you're enclosing the area that you're supposed to be restoring within a fence. That's not exactly a natural restoration. You're going to keep any critters out of there with your fence.
Well, yeah, and that and just whatever is gonna, happen on the lawn is
Yeah.
gonna get lost, and that it's not gonna be part of the marsh anymore, basically.
Yeah, so I think you need to pull the fence back to that clear line that you can see on your map in 2020 that was still and restore everything on the marsh side of it. And the fence can be the boundary there.
That's where I thought we had agreed to go, maybe, yeah, at least one hearing ago, but I thought maybe 2 hearings ago, I thought that's where we were headed. So
I don't think it was ever, I don't think it was ever delineated in that way. Probably shouldn't use the word delineated when we're talking about wetlands. I don't think it was ever described 100% that way, from what I understood. So,
we obviously then, three of us on the commission had one concept and you had a different one, Sean.
Correct.
So it was a misunderstanding.
Yep. Okay.
So, all right, let's go forward then. So I guess, what are the thoughts on moving forward tonight? Can we do can we pull the fence to that line, Sean, and potentially get a vote here, or what do you want?
I didn't think I'd have to, I don't know that I can do that until I talk with the homeowners. I wouldn't want to get myself into some trouble by not consulting with them ahead of time, so I probably can't do that right now. Just because it would be,
homeowner on?
Yeah, they may be on, I'm not sure if they're on, but they may want to talk about it, so I don't know that I can do that right now. I think that would have to be at another,
Okay.
I'd have to probably go to another hearing, I think, if that's.
Sorry, wait, sorry, I'm here. This is Erin Kalber.
Yeah. Hi.
I apologize. We really just, I was obviously on all the meetings, and the last meeting we had, we were trying to kind of mitigate what had happened, and then also trying to work with moving the fence back to a more reasonable place. And so we had said like, oh, we'll move it to the top of the coastal bank. And then after the fact, realized that the coastal bank wasn't where we thought it was. But we appreciate everything that you guys have done and trying to help us through this project. And if it's moving the fence back to the green line, like we're okay with that.
Okay.
Can you meet us halfway though?
It's just one of those, like, we were just trying to not have the fence right behind our pool.
Yeah, understood. What we're kind of looking at is just where the marsh was previously. So it's like, all right, we're gonna restore that. That's halfway there, but now we're kind of the fencing it inside. Seems like it seems like you can get more yard and the resource area can stay out of the yard. It just makes sense to us, I think, as a commission. If most of us have expressed that, and if that's acceptable to you, I think we can probably get this finalized tonight and just.
Is Is it possible just to even just push it back 3 feet? I just want a place to play catch with baseball in the backyard. It just kind of cuts it. But so, I mean, is there any wiggle room you can give us a little, even 3 or 4 feet more?
I mean,
we don't necessarily know, you know, what,
It's very.
I don't know that was salt marsh up there, right? So I think the salt.
So wait a minute. We're not talking about the salt marsh here per se. We're talking about work within the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, let's be clear about that. Has nothing to do with the coastal bank, nothing to do with FEMA, nothing to do with the marsh. You're working in the 50-foot buffer. The 50-foot buffer had, at least in 2021, there's a very clear line between an existing lawn that you can trace way back. And you can see that it's undisturbed. It's a very clear boundary between that lawn and undisturbed areas in the 50-foot buffer. The lawn is clearly a disturbed area, and while we have jurisdiction over the entire 50-foot buffer, we're going to allow things to happen in that part of the 50-foot buffer that's already been disturbed. The part that's been disturbed since then, we want to see that replaced, as you've done, Sean, but we don't want to see a fence in it. That's sort of where that's the bright line right there, is running a fence through an area that was wild until fairly recently. I mean, I can keep scrolling forward here. 2021, it's still undisturbed. Looks like this happened actually somewhere around August of 2021. Looks like there was sod put down, first a top coat of soil and then sod after that. So, and that was an encroachment on the 50-foot buffer. So
Understood.
that
And I
needs-
guess we're just,
That needs to be remediated, and we can clearly see that boundary on Friday, August 6th, 2021. That's the boundary that you need.
understood. We're just trying to maximize area to play with our kids. That's it. I hope you as parents and folks on the phone would understand that. But the other option we looked at, Sean, was putting a glass wall extending over the pool and not even having a fence. The heck with the fence.
Yeah.
So.
Right. That's the other option.
If we go with this and just, when you drew the green line, do we still have the option later just to do the glass wall of extending the pool?
I would say if you still, if you decide to do the more of a glass rail of height appropriate for pool enclosure up next to the pool is what you're talking about, Brian. What as long as you've met state requirements and local requirements, be the local requirement for that.
Okay.
And you don't need the other fence, it wouldn't be needed for pool enclosure per se.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have satisfied that.
Okay. Then I guess I'm understand that the commission's point of view. I've made my request. You heard it. I understand that you want it to be more natural, and I just was trying to get more yard to play with the kids. If the yellow is what the green's what you'll approve. Sorry, my eyes not that good. We'll definitely agree to that. I just think, Sean, offline we can just also discuss. Do we look at the glass extending off the pool wall? Because the pool is 3 feet high. It's another 18 inches.
Yeah.
And then we'll go with this just because I don't think anyone wants to see us in a fourth meeting.
I think they were tired of me a long time ago.
So I'm sorry, just to kind of circle back here, guys. I mean, I was trying to draw various versions of a green line seeing if anybody jumped at it, but it sounds like the commission are you guys all in agreement that you'd want to see the fence push back up to the floodplain line?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty close approximation.
Okay.
Yeah, right on that AEX line is what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
because per Sean's original, Scott and Sean's updated plan, this is what you see for mitigation, and they were using the August 6, 2021 aerial imagery on Nearmap to update where this restoration area was going. So if you guys want to fence up to the gray line, I just want to make sure that you guys understand where the restoration area is too.
Understood.
Just looking at the hatched area.
Yep, understood.
Yeah, I think you could make the argument that if the restoration area is consistent with this August 6th, 2021,
yeah,
the fence could certainly go along that line.
Okay, so the limit of this,
Hashed area.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay. That's fine. I
so
understand your
something like
position.
that.
We're totally comfortable with that.
Okay,
Any other
and
commissioners?
that can kind of be the
questions on it?
conservation marker, so to speak, the fencing would, be the barrier between the lawn and the restored area.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, okay, good.
And
Any other comments from Tom or Steve, anyone else?
yeah, so Sean, I guess it sort of looks random here in terms of the plant placement, but that's what we expect is as natural a look as possible.
Right.
We don't want to see anything manicured or curated
Right.
in any way, just,
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other commissioners? Anyone else? Anyone from the audience? Going once. All right.
This is Sanjay. I just want to read, I was trying to follow along, but I think I got everything, but are we going with a fence or without a fence, or you'll decide if you want a fence? Like I missed that whole thing.
What we're approving is an amended plan to allow the fence to be installed along the hashed area, which is basically the previously vegetated, potentially wetland area in the backyard. And they're going to decide if they want to do that or something else inside their own on the originally approved fence line right against the pool.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out like if we were to vote on this thing. So if I say it back to Chris, like we're voting on approval of a fence along the previously, I don't know what the language is, but like whatever was happening at August 6th, 2021, as Tom pointed out.
Well,
They can follow that line.
yeah.
Is that some like the gist of what we're voting on?
Yeah, more or less Charlotte's kind of on the screen putting what we're saying.
And Sean, I took some screenshots of my little green lines, so I can send those to you, but I think this is pretty, I hope this is clear that the proposed fencing location shall be installed at the limit of the restored coastal bank area, resource area, and 50-foot buffer zone as shown on the amended plans. And,
Wait.
Sean, we can update that so that you can update the fence line. You can
Correct.
submit that to me, and I will note the version date in the amended order. So just as commission's clear on that.
Charlotte, if I can
Yeah.
interrupt, like I'm struggling with the use of the word coastal bank because the coastal bank moved out in the last plan. That's why I was like, I don't know if I understand this
Okay.
language.
Or green lines. She's talking
Restored
about his
resource
green line.
area, restored resource area, and 50-foot buffer zones. Does that sound okay, Sanji?
No, I thought Tom had it right. Like, we're approving to the limit of what the landscaping limits were in 2021, I thought.
Correct.
Yeah.
August 6th of
Yeah.
2021.
21.
To that line, and that makes sense, Tom.
Is that clear? The limit of the restored area within the previously disturbed resource area and 50-foot buffer zone. Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, like the restored area within the resource area and the buffer zone, because that's what was disturbed. Okay. And then the final location of the fencing shall be staked by an appropriate professional prior to installation to ensure fencing is not installed.
In the restored area.
Yeah. Okay, and then the planting work within the resource areas and buffer zone shall be done by hand. That's pretty standard with our restoration kind of projects. And this, for everyone's reference, this is the original order of conditions, special conditions. We had issued these with the original order. And so I'm just adding 2 more conditions.
Good. All right. Sanji, you good?
Yep.
All right. All right, great. Then with that all settled out, I will make a motion to approve amended order, the amended NOI 23-31, with the conditions, described and listed on the screen, shown here from Charlotte. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Great. With that, I'll take a roll call vote then. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Andrew Fino, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Charlotte, do we need a variance?
I would
here?
vote to modify your variance request. Yes.
Okay, I make a motion then to issue a variance for the work within the 50. Is this going to be in the 50?
Yeah, sorry, to issue an amended variance because we already gave them a variance for some of the work in the 50. So we're just kind of amending that.
I make a motion to issue an amended variance for work within the 50. Go to second.
Tom Bell, second.
Roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Hearing is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike.
Okay, I've got to leave at this point.
Tom, can you hold on for 1 second? I just have to
Yeah.
check one thing.
Sure.
Leave and come back, Tom, or just you're asking for?
No, I've got to go out all the way up to Braintree and back.
Okay.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just checking some attendance stuff.
Oh, just to make sure that
hmm
that you still have a quorum.
Yes. So
I'm gonna take 5.
I think you are, Tom, I think you're okay. And I know you have to go anyway, but I think we're okay because someone missed one meeting for the next hearing, but they did watch the recording. So
Perfect. Okay.
thank you.
Good night.
I'm just gonna say I need to take a 2-minute break. Good night, Tom. Thank you.
2-minute break? Okay.
Sorry.
Can we do 5?
That's good.
That's good. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
Bye, Tom.
Bye.
And we'll come back at 9:39.
Okay.
Just need Sanjay and Steve.
Hey guys, I'm here. Sorry, I'm just on my mobile phone because my computer is installing some software.
Thanks, guys. All right.
Okay.
Right. Great. All right. Next up, we have amended NOI. Amended NOI 25-08, continued from May 21st, 2025 at 90 Whitehead Road for beach maintenance plan.
Oh, sorry, Chris. It's a regular NOI, not an amended one.
Sorry.
That's
my
okay.
bad.
Thank you, Chair McIntyre. Good evening. My name is Adam Brodsky. As you know, I'm a local land use and environmental lawyer, and I represent the applicant, the Kingsbourne Trust. I'm here with Brad Holmes, our professional wetland scientist with ECR, as well as Brendan Sullivan, our professional engineer with Merrill. Stan Humphreys, our coastal geologist, assisted also with drafting the beach management plan, but he is not present. Prior to our last hearing, we had submitted a revised beach management plan, which eliminated entirely mechanical raking, and in fact, just limited the notice of intent to seasonal removal of excess seaweed by hand. The Conservation Commission wanted more specificity, so Brad has revised the beach management plan further, and we resubmitted. So I believe the revised proposal in front of you is dated May 30, 2025. And with that brief introduction, I'm going to have Brad take you through the changes in the beach management plan to address your request for specificity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Good evening, members of the commission. We did get a chance to meet on site and walk and talk and look at the site conditions and review the beach raking machine that we were proposing to use for beach raking activities, which had been used in the past. As Adam mentioned, that component of the beach raking proposal has been removed so that all we're talking about now is to be beach raking by hand, so it would be manual with rakes. We did get a chance to update the management proposal to include some more specificity towards the timing and the activity of when it would be performed. But the intent of the beach raking now is really just minimal activity to remove the excess seaweed that would be deposited, above the high tide line so that it sits and would decompose above a normal tide cycle and create I'll say a hazard, but we'll say a negative condition on the site. So what we were proposing would be limited to the area that we discussed originally for beach raking, which would be above the high tide line, so not within the intertidal area, and at least 10 feet off the edge of the coastal dune, so it wouldn't be encroaching towards the dune area. And we would leave at least 25% of fresh seaweed along the rack line. We had originally proposed 10%, but we've increased that to approximately 25% of fresh seaweed, and that the excess seaweed, if it was over the majority of the beach, would be raked by hand and removed, either to be deposited on site or removed and disposed of at offsite, which would probably be at a landscape processing yard. Could be used in a composting facility. The rest of the components of the project remain the same as we proposed within the resource areas compliance with coastal beach and land subject to coastal storm flowage. So we feel that we're in compliance with the performance standards, and that this is really just a more of a scaled back activity. We did get a sense that the raking of the sediment and the machine use was something that the commission was not in favor of. Beach raking, as we had provided to the commission, is an acceptable activity in certain instances with permits. But on this site, I think we felt that the need for just a removal of the excess seaweed was what the property owner was intending to, So we're proposing that. So I know we've had a few hearings, we've had site meetings, so I'll bring it back to the commission with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate the summary. In terms of the detail on the frequency, you mentioned the dates, Memorial Day, but like the actual frequency of events is still at the discretion of the property manager. Is that correct?
Well, it will be something that we will anticipate special conditions. I mean, if there's no storms and there's no seaweed, obviously there would be no activity. So it's hard to give a specific timeline of when activities will occur. Hopefully, it may be that there aren't any need for removal of excess seaweed. If there is a need, then we would follow the conditions of the order of conditions, and obviously we wouldn't be performing any work outside the summer season as we detailed. So yes, I'd like to say, hey, it will be done every 20 days or more specificity, but it might not even need to be done over a 2-month period. It depends on the amount of storm and the amount of overwash.
And Brad, unless I'm mistaken, you defined a specific trigger for that event, which is if a majority more than 50% of the designated area is covered with excess seaweed accumulation, then we are permitted to perform the beach raking activities. So we actually have a defined trigger in the beach management plan that would define the frequency of the activity. And
correct. Thank you.
If there's no seaweed, there's no beach raking. If there's an accumulation of seaweed as defined in the beach management plan, then that would be an event that would allow us to do beach raking. Again, we're actually leaving extra material along the rack line. It's actually recommended that you leave 10%. We're leaving even more than that. We're leaving 25%.
And will that be made by the property manager's determination of the percentages? Is that correct? How to interpret that?
Yes, that will be a condition of the order. I mean, it's impractical to measure it in the field and then perhaps call Ms. Pechtel to confirm that measurement. I mean, it's a condition, so you're going to have to trust the property manager and the landowner to comply with the conditions. If you determine that they have not complied with the condition, we're subject to enforcement. So.
Well, I think you sort of guessed where I was going. Like, could Charlotte do a planned inspection on a regular basis so there's alignment on the judgment of those percentages? Because I think
Mr. Fernando, I mean, that's certainly possible. I think it's a waste of Ms. Pechtel's time personally.
Well, I do have concerns because I think this all initiated because the property manager had, my understanding, I could be wrong, had driven us to a show cause in his original maintenance of the beach.
So again, there was a violation. We've never contested the violation. We've cooperated in every step of the way to address outstanding issues, including, you may recall, that we discovered the issue of the swim float, which we voluntarily brought before the commission. So you're correct that there was a violation, but I think we have a demonstrated track record that this property owner has every intention of complying with the wetlands regulations as well as your regulations.
If I may add one fact to that, our hope is that we get an order of conditions and with special conditions to follow the beach management plan, and none of the work would be allowed to be performed until we had a pre-work on-site meeting, posting of the DEP file number signed and all the requirements, but we would review the conditions with Charlotte on site. I would be available to do that along with the property manager.
I think that's what I was looking for. Okay.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's I'm still hung up on is that even though you have some qualifiers for when the beach raking could occur, it's relatively subjective. You know, what the definition of excess is completely subjective and at the discretion of the beach manager. So I think what I was looking for is like what we have on, I believe on the Sandy Beach plan is that if there's more than 3 events of beach raking per season, then you know, then I believe Charlotte would be notified. Is that correct, Charlotte? Or there'd be kind of like a reassessment
Sorry, I was
of
typing what's your question, Chris?
for the Sandy Beach similar plan, I believe it's specified that if there's more than 3 events or
Yeah, I can,
then you'd be notified and it'd be kind of like a
right.
reassessment. Yeah.
Again, that it's an apples and oranges comparison. The
You're
Sandy
the one that
Beach
compared it first.
Can I finish, please? That'll actually allows mechanical equipment on the beach to perform those activities. We have no mechanical equipment on this beach. This is going to be done by hand by landscapers.
Yeah, no, I get that part. I know. That's true. But my point is still remains that although there are some parameters and that's good, that's kind of what we're looking for in terms of season. It makes sense that you would do it in the summer when people would be using the beach, but the frequency is at the discretion of somebody who's already kind of not that doesn't even matter. The frequency is at the discretion of somebody that, yeah, and it's kind of subjective what excess means. So
Again, we did our best to define it. Excess, if you have 50% of the beach, more than 50% of the beach covered by seaweed. That's
so why I use Sandy Beach as an example is what for me to kind of like feel okay with this is that that there's a set number after which we would be notifying Charlotte and reassessing the plan, is what I'm saying.
And I think we could work towards that with like a special condition towards maintenance and monitoring, so that at least for the first year until we have a, established protocol and we're working with the commission under an order of conditions, that, this first summer season, we can certainly be in contact with Charlotte and even provide you with a log or monitoring report at the end of the season documenting what you're getting at, so that there's more detail, and then the commission would have some more information for the files for the years at least 2 and 3 going forward. So I think that could be something that we could condition, craft in a condition to get some more detail. I think that's kind of what you're looking for, if I'm understanding
Yeah,
you correctly.
and I think yes, and I think to move forward tonight, I would say we'd at least establish some reasonable number. It'd be nice if the property manager were here to maybe give us an idea of what he anticipates needing based on his experience at that property. But I would like to have an idea like of how often this activity would happen so that we could kind of set that as an expectation and an understanding so that it's not just like I say, and not just at his discretion of what excess is and measuring the percentages by eye from the beach.
Mr. McIntyre, Chair McIntyre, if you want to set it at 3 events and then come back in for reevaluation like Sandy Beach, that seems to be reasonable. My recollection is they do a cleanup at the beginning of the season, and then there's usually no need for any additional cleanup unless there's an unusual storm. That's anecdotal. I have no other way of documenting it. But if you want to place a limit of 3 events during the season, after which we have to come back and you get to reassess those activities, we can live with that condition.
Okay. Good. That's all I had then. Any other commissioners? Steve? Steve, you're muted.
There we go. Now I'm not. I think it's a great improvement over where it started, where it looked like they were trying to groom the seashore there. So I pretty much agree with this plan. In fact, Mr. Brodsky's suggestion of 3 events was what I was going to suggest, because that actually kind of lines up with what Brad has put in his proposal, such that it would be probably done no more than once a month. And so, yeah, I think it's a good compromise.
Okay, good. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, Kathy?
Just to say that I think it's a good plan.
Okay.
It's fine.
And Sanji?
Same here. I appreciate the change in the plan as led by the property owner, and I think we came to a good monitoring framework.
Right, okay. The only other thing that I had was, I think initially the collection of rocks we had at the north end of the beach, we had agreed on just letting nature take its course. I'm in favor of that still. But the damage to the marsh from what can only be, or what can presume, not marsh, but the grass, is there any plan to address that, or could there be some, they spent so much, time restoring this grass area, and then they kind of tracked over it for this machine, as shown in as you can clearly see in the near map starting like 2021. Is there plans to kind of continue to maintain that grass area?
I can jump in quickly. I did talk with a property manager, and my understanding is that area was degraded, and they've brought that back significantly over time with beach grass and maintenance. So they have no problem with adding beach grass and maintaining that area. There are some access pathways, or an access pathway that shows on the plan, but I don't think they have a issue with adding beach grass, because I think they do it on their own.
Okay. I'm specifically looking at like this track of, where they, would have driven over with the tractor. I'd like to see that kind of brought back to what the surroundings look like with grass.
Yeah, and again, I think there was some dispute as to whether or not they were driving the tractor over that track, and it's just a remnant of past activities. But again, if they're willing to do some more beach grass planting.
I obviously have no evidence other than that it's just very coincidental that
The photographs that you're looking at now, you can actually see the actual path that they took. I believe it's to the north, Brad.
That's a path from the house that you're referring to at the north. And then I think the path that kind of meanders is a little bit more remnant. I think the straight path that was coming through in the later image was what they were using to access the beach.
Right.
But I know we talked about that with the property manager, and they routinely add beach grass, and they wouldn't have an issue with, if that's not going to be, if we don't need access for the equipment anymore, I don't think they would have an issue with us adding some beach grass into that area.
Yeah.
And one thing I will say is they've done a nice job. That's a nice vegetated dune. I wasn't there, before the last year, so I don't know what the previous conditions are, but it's a nicely vegetated, maintained dune. It's in good shape.
Yeah, and my point exactly is that they made that effort, and that once, as we've seen it across Sandy Beach into the paths, once there's any remnant, any kind of path, even though this is private, it becomes used, and then the grass just doesn't grow. So I think those existing paths I would be fine with. They're historical, but what appears to be the access route, I would like to see restored. And if we can add that as a condition, I think we can probably get out of here tonight with this. That's all right.
Yeah, again, the client has indicated they're willing to continue their efforts to plant additional dune grass.
Great. Okay. Charlotte, anything to add?
So I can pull up some conditions. I was kind of typing as you guys were talking to try and formulate those. But yeah, I at least for the restoration efforts, I guess we do want to restore this linear area, correct? Where that we see on the map here, not the
Yeah. Call it the-
existing to the north.
Yeah, I would be satisfied based on what set all this off.
Okay. For
as-
the restoration efforts, I would recommend just keeping the enforcement order open until those restoration efforts are completed. But other than that, everything else per the enforcement order will be met if the commission votes to issue a order of conditions for the for beach maintenance moving forward. But the only final, component was whether or not restoration was necessary for the beach and for the areas. So, I mean, this would be the final component that I would keep the enforcement order open until we get a final completion restoration report that area was restored.
Can I please suggest that if that is a condition of the orders, you can police that with a certificate of compliance, and that there's no need for this enforcement order to continue. It's been open now for, many months. Some of that delays on our part, trying to get all of the information necessary to submit the notice of intent. But if you want to make sure that we're going to plant beach grass, we're going to need a certificate of compliance. It's probably going to take several seasons for that to take. So we would like, in the ordinary course, to have the enforcement order go away, and that you police that condition as you would any other condition with a certificate of compliance.
One thing I'll add on to Adam on the beach grass. I know that I know that they're more than willing to plant beach grass because they have. The issue would be is that we're now into summer heat, and we probably wouldn't look towards beach grass planting until we can get the bare roots in the fall. So we'd have to keep the enforcement order open because of the time of year, and I don't think it's a problem to be, as Adam said, it's going to be part of the order of conditions. So it's more of a timing.
The commission agrees with that. I would just want to wait out the appeal period for the order of conditions so that condition can be final and no one can potentially, I would hope no one would appeal this, but I just want to make sure that gets in the order if you guys want it to, but I would wait out the appeal period before the enforcement order is lifted.
So we've already agreed to that condition. We're not going to be appealing condition.
No, but if an abutter, like for whatever reason, appeals it, not that I think they would, it's just to be cautious here, because obviously the enforcement order has different appeal procedures than an order of conditions. But if the commission wants to close it out, that's fine. I'm just kind of noting that there's different procedures. So if the commission's comfortable with issuing a condition as part of the order, and I'm sure the applicant will carry it out, then yeah.
I think I don't like, this is like so there was an enforcement order, and instead of directly addressing that, there was a more or less a counter with the NOI, which we've reviewed over the last however many meetings, and we've agreed to let the piling of the rocks, the redistribution of the stones and the cobbles, let nature take its course. Is obviously that portion be closed, but I don't see why we would close the enforcement order if there's still damage that needs to be repaired, and why this isn't a project for. So I think just leaving it open until it's restored. What's the harm in having it open? What's the difference? I'm not sure from the owner's side what that looks like.
Because I'm gonna have to come back to the commission and have to bill the client for further hearings with the commission, because we're gonna have to resolve this issue at another public forum. So it's just adding cost to the client, where I think the commission is protected.
I don't think so. I don't necessarily feel that way. I don't think Charlotte's giving me the sense that she does either.
I'd be fine if the order was issued and the appeal period passes, or maybe after the initial planting. And then if Brad can provide an initial planting report, I think then it could fall under the order with maintenance and monitoring as we have in our set of conditions already. But I would, of course, write a condition that the restoration plan to restore the southerly access path is a part of the order. But just to ensure that the restoration happens, at least in some sense, would make me more comfortable to lift it.
Yeah. That's
Entirely, lift it entirely, obviously. I mean, we know that with the issuance of an order, the beach maintenance would be under the order of conditions, but really just trying to see some component of restoration restored before the order is lifted. That's, I mean, whatever you guys decide, that's what we'd normally want to see under normal enforcement procedures, that we wouldn't lift the order until the restoration is done, but we don't have to wait out the multiple years, as you know, Adam has mentioned, but perhaps maybe an initial planting and then you carry out the rest of it and the monitoring through the order of conditions, and then a COC is issued if you see that full establishment.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's easy enough to do, and I think that we'd be able to sit. You'd be able to feel a little bit more secure in that sense. Steve, do you agree?
Actually, it seems that if in fact you can add the condition of restoring the beach pass to the order of conditions for the NOI, I don't see any reason to maintain the enforcement order. You're getting the same result in either case.
You're hoping for the same result in the case. Okay.
Well, you know, if it doesn't happen, you come back with another enforcement order, another violation. I don't think they want to do that because they don't want to bring Adam back more times.
I'll add to what Steve said. The enforcement order is an order that allows you to do work in the resource area. But once an order of conditions is issued, the order of conditions now is the order that allows work in the resource area. So once the restoration requirement is included in the order, that's the permittable action to be able to work in the resource area. So you're covered both ways.
Charlotte, do you see it that way, or is there something I'm missing?
No, those are both fair points by Steve and Brad. So I guess, I mean, if you want to issue an order with the condition, I would definitely want to see the initial planting done by a certain day. And if the applicant and his team are willing to comply with that, then if we lift the enforcement order, if that obviously is not complied with, I can always issue another one.
Okay. Okay, Sanjay.
But before I finish that, I'm trying to type what you guys, I think, would agree on. But yeah, I guess you can go through the rest of the comments while I do that. Sorry.
Yeah, Sanjay or Kathy, do you have any preference or comment on closing enforcement order versus leaving it open?
I think I'm with Steve. Yeah, I think we'll just kick out for another enforcement order if we think there's been a violation again, right?
Okay, Kathy?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Steve's idea.
Okay. All right, Charlotte, you all set?
Sort of. Hold on. Okay, so kind of just summarizing what you guys were talking about tonight, all best management practices and instructions in the beach management proposal, and I will note the date in our template, shall be followed as part of this order with the following additional conditions. The conservation agent shall be notified in writing prior to any beach raking activities. No work shall occur each year until there is a pre-site work visit conducted by the agent, property manager, and wetland scientist as appropriate to determine pre-existing conditions prior to raking. And Brad, you had mentioned a report. I didn't catch that part, but I don't know if we need that or if that can just be a part of a planting report, but I'll just keep going for now. The hand raking of seaweed shall be conducted once per month during the summer months of each year between the beginning of June and end of August for a maximum of 3 times, once in June, July, and August. Additional raking events may only occur between June and August when the agent is notified in writing prior to any additional raking and verifies that the majority, more than 50% of the delineated beach area is covered with excessive seaweed accumulation that could cause noxious conditions such as rotten egg odors, H2S, and it was a hydrogen sulfide and other problems. The removal or movement of sediment, including rocks, gravel, etc., is not allowed under this order. No work below mean high water is approved with this order. Any work that takes place below mean high water shall be subject to an amended or new notice of intent contingent upon state and federal jurisdiction and guidelines. And then I was typing this one, haven't finished yet. The southerly access path through the coastal resource areas to the coastal beach from the beach created from the beach hopper machine shall be entirely restored with native beach grasses and other appropriate native species as recommended by the wetland scientist. And then obviously we'd want to see an initial completion planting report. And Brad, I'm sorry, can you remind me of the deadline might be a little bit different based on the timing of planting beach grass.
I would say by November 15th.
Yeah.
Because the plants have to go into dormancy.
Yeah. Do we want to, does the commission want 2025 or is?
I think that's what Brad is proposing.
Yes.
Okay.
And Charlotte, I have two comments at the appropriate time.
Yes, hopefully I can multitask.
I'll wait till you're done.
Sorry. Okay, does that makes, this is pretty standard, by the way. 3 full growing seasons following initial planting within reports submitted to the commission no later than November 15th of each subsequent year.
Would you mind if we put December 15th, just at least because that first year we may, thank you.
Sorry, December 15th, I forgot.
And Charlotte, in number 4, could you delete the words created from the beach hopper machine? We dispute that area was created by the beach hopper machine. We're going to restore the southerly access path. I just don't want to have to explain that to the client. It doesn't change the condition.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
And then with respect to, I think it's condition number 1, if you would scroll back up, please. I think you said something to the effect that once per month, we may have 2 storm events in the same month. And so I don't think that the intention is not to limit it to 1 per month, but a maximum of 3 times during the season.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay.
That would align more with the Sandy Beach plan anyways. Yeah.
Okay.
And they usually start Memorial Day, beginning of June. Well, so technically the end of
Going
May.
by like they, the Sandy Beach now has to deal with the plovers, so it's a whole different issue. But originally they wanted, were starting in early to mid-May, but they are trying to get raking done earlier before April 1st because that's plover stuff, but whole different issue.
So Greg, we call out after Memorial Day in the management plan, so it depends on when Memorial Day is. Memorial Day this year was the 3rd week in May. Thank you.
I don't know if people want dates, but I think this is
fine.
Yeah, it shifts. I didn't realize it was the 3rd week in May.
Yeah, because it's not mid-May, obviously it's late May, so it would be the last week or week and a half of May. Okay, so yeah, hand raking of seaweed shall only be conducted during the summer months of each year between late May and end of August for a maximum of 3 times per season. And then again, if additional raking events may only occur between,
And I think it's for a maximum of 3 times per season, after which the applicant needs to consult with the Conservation Commission. I think that's consistent with,
yeah, so does that kind of make sense? So like, should additional raking events past the 3 raking event limit need to occur between late May and late August, the agent shall be notified in writing prior to any additional raking to verify the majority, more than 50% of the delineated beach area is covered with excessive seaweed accumulation that could result in noxious conditions, et cetera. Does that make sense?
yeah, I mean, that's in the beach management plan to verify. It's really shall be notified. Aren't we supposed to consult with you after 3 times and determine whether or not it's appropriate to do more or something like that?
Yeah, that's, can try to get the language from Sandy Beach.
Well, I was gonna say after the word, third line, prior to any additional raking, so it should, prior to to reassess and determine whether it's appropriate to have additional raking events, something like that. And have the Conservation Commission determine if it's appropriate to have additional raking events, because it's the Conservation Commission.
Should we say the commission?
Well, the agent should be notified prior to any additional raking for the commission to reassess and determine if additional raking. So in
The
the,
agent or the commission shall be notified?
Why don't the agent be notified and maybe you could leave it at your discretion, Charlotte,
Okay.
just to make things simpler for the property owner as well.
yeah, we're happy to have Charlotte make the call.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just like, this looked really weird. The agent shall be notified in writing prior to any additional raking.
Yeah, that's fine, because again, we're limited by the actual beach management plan.
Yeah. I have to change the numbers, by the way, so the numbers will correlate with our template, but just so you guys, yeah. Does that make sense? So I think that's a little bit more general. Oh, I don't know why that's doing that.
Yes.
Yeah. To reassess and determine if additional raking events are necessary. So yeah, I mean, that can just be at my discretion if I'm okay with 1 additional event or something, but if there needs to be like 5 of them, I could, you know, send them to the commission, I guess. Okay, so for the conditions that I haven't changed and the ones that I just reread, this last one at the end, does that sound appropriate before I go back up to the first one with the site visit? I just want to make sure you guys are okay with the restoration. Do you guys want to plan, or am I just going on Brad's assessment and my review? So like, do we want a formal plan for restoration, or can this just be kind of discussed with me and Brad?
I think using aerial imagery to
Okay.
film- to restore the tracks.
Okay.
So they're like 2-track scar or whatever you want, damage.
Okay. Okay, so the southerly access path through the coastal resource areas to the coastal beach shall be entirely restored with native beach grasses and other appropriate native species as recommended by the wetland scientist. Early imagery and on-site assessment as needed shall be utilized to determine the limit of the restoration area. An initial planting completion report shall be submitted by November 15, 2025 by the professional wetland scientist. Following the completion of the initial planting, technically. Following completion of the initial planting, the restored area shall be monitored for at least 3 full growing seasons with annual reports submitted to the commission no later than December 15th of each subsequent year.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then, yeah, sorry, that goes to like my last question. We were talking about like a pre-site or pre-work visit. Brad, you had mentioned something about a report. Do we need that, or is this just okay to do just a site visit?
I think what I was referring to would be the report that you would just documented below. So I think the pre-work site visit, as you have it listed, looks adequate, and then the follow-up reporting, be applicable as you have below.
Okay. Does that sound okay? Follow-up reporting shall be submitted as necessary and as determined by the agent and wetland scientist.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, any other edits, comments? This was a lot different than when I created it.
Looks good. Thank you, Charlotte. Good work.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. Then with that said, I will make an issue to approve NOI 25-08 for 9D Whitehead Road with the conditions as listed and described by Charlotte.
I'll second.
All right, then I'll take a roll call votes. Steve Magnell,
Steve Agnew, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. Then that vote passes 4-0, and we'll also issue. I will also make a motion to issue a variance for work within the resource. A second.
Oh, second.
Right. Steve Magnell,
Steve Agnew, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. Anything else we need, Charlotte?
For the NOI, no. So just stating for the record that the public hearing for this NOI is now closed.
All right, and then I will make so we can close the enforcement order.
Yeah, you make a separate motion for that to lift the enforcement order with the cease and desist order following the issuance of the the order of conditions moving forward. So yeah, just vote to lift the enforcement order with the cease and desist order.
Yeah. Make a motion then to lift the enforcement order for 90 and 100 Whitehead Road for unauthorized beach alteration. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Steve Magnell,
Steve Agnew, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Good night.
Welcome.
Good
Good
night.
night.
I know.
Almost hit the leave button myself. Oops. Done that before. All right. Charlotte, next up.
Okay. So
yeah.
81 Border Street. So Chris notified me that he witnessed on Friday, I think that was May 23rd, that there was a mini excavator and walnut tree trucks in front of 81 Border Street. Now, Chris, I'll pull up your photos really briefly. Sorry, there's your photos. So this is, looks like this is what you saw on Friday. And there were some tree trucks parked along the road here. I wasn't able to go to the site, but I did forward it to the natural resource officer who went to the site. I don't know if you guys have read the police report that was in your OneDrive, but basically the officer had another officer talk to the owner. Clearly no permit has been obtained to date to work within riverfront and buffer zones. And the natural resource officer and police officers are passing the enforcement capabilities over to the commission because they do have a little bit of jurisdiction under the Wetlands Protection Act and other Mass General Law, but in a lot of cases they work with me and defer to me. So Chris, I've driven around this site. I have not really been able to confirm if any trees were removed, but they definitely did restore this area here. This was kind of like flooded or damaged or mushy area that the owner was bringing in fill and cobble and redoing this area. Based on driving by the site several times, they did not cut down this large tree, and I can show you the other photos, but they definitely worked in this area within Riverfront and pretty much redid the parking space as far as I can see. And the officer did note that some dirt was on the site, so it was probably just regrading and putting the cobble down. The officer did allow him to rake out the gravel and move all the trucks off the site. And the owner said he would contact the agent. That did not happen. So I guess I will turn this over to the commission because in terms of an enforcement order, you guys should be aware that this person obviously has a previous enforcement order that was issued for some unauthorized dock alterations, which was resolved through an after the fact permit. So this isn't the first time that this person has come in front of the commission for violations. So I put on the agenda to give the commission an option for an enforcement order and or issuing fines. Enforcement order, it would be if you guys want to see any after the fact permitting, a show cause hearing, restoration, etc. And or if you choose to issue fines, you can issue them in two ways. You can go under non-criminal disposition, section 21D of Mass General Law, where you can fine under the bylaw and the state law up to $300 for the violation. That has to be done within 15 days. So we are still within that time frame. The other option is to issue fines, if you are going to do fines, under the Wetlands Protection Act, which are far greater. Under section 131, I'm sorry, chapter 131, section 40 of the state law for Wetlands Protection Act, those violations can be up to $25,000 and or 2 years in prison. Obviously, I would really hope we don't do the prison route for something like this, but I mean, you do have options with fines. It really depends on what kind of permitting or restoration actions or anything that you guys would want to see, or if you guys just want to resort to fines. Fines can be appealed to the courts. But, I mean, I guess it depends if he's just going to pay it or not. And then if you are going to go under the fines under the Wetlands Protection Act, I did speak to town council about this a little bit. They felt that double the cost of what it would have taken to get a permit for this work is appropriate. So depending on if you guys thought this would have warranted an RDA or an NOI, that would determine on the cost that you guys would want to issue for fines. So with that, I'll turn it over to you guys. And Chris, I unfortunately was not able to clearly see if any trees were removed. However, I will just say that if we do find out after the fact that trees were removed, we are in the statute of limitations timeframe still for quite a while. So when the next Nearmap aerial imagery comes out, we can always look at it that way. But yeah, in the front, I definitely did not see any stumps, although I will say Walnut Tree has been quite active in town. So I have spoken to them on another site, just not for this one. But yeah, I couldn't clearly see any tree stumps from, driving around Border Street.
All right, so if we issue a fine and we'd be issuing it for basically just whatever they're doing that was unpermitted, so.
Yeah, so this is what it kind of looks like now. So this tree that you can see on Nearmap does not appear to be taken out, but this area was redone with, I don't know if it's an expanded parking area or not, but according to the police report, it did look like some dirt and obviously cobble that you see here was brought in. to restore this area.
Wait, so if we issue a fine now and we find out that later that they did more
Tree
than
removal, I think we can do
was-
separate enforcement for that. We're within that statute of limitations timeframe, but to issue fines under non-criminal disposition, you have a time period of 15 days from the event. So 15 days would be this Friday, I believe. So I can still issue them if you guys just want to write it off as that. Or if you want higher fines, you can go under the Wetlands Protection Act.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously did something. They had a big chipper there and the big
Yeah, that's the part I can't, at least I can't see from the road. I didn't see any shaved off limbs or anything like that. So if they were working, they might be behind the home where it was hard to see from Border Street. Tried driving around, but yeah, I mean, if aerial imagery comes out in a couple months and we see that, we can always,
yeah.
look at that separately.
Charlotte, what was their previous violation?
Previous violation was modifying the existing dock float structure without a permit and without a state license, even though the state license is not our jurisdiction, but just wanted to note that so we had issued an enforcement order for him to submit an after the fact permit, which he did, and he submitted that to the commission. I think he did pay double the application fees. We had approved it through a negative determination because it was a float that was added or expanded. And then I don't know if he ever got an amended Chapter 91 license for the original dock structure, but we did kind of resolve that previous enforcement issue, which was over a year ago at this point.
And before that, he was, wasn't he associated with like filling in wetlands?
I believe so, but that was before my time.
I don't know, commissioners, what are your thoughts? It's clearly doing work, unclear what the extent is other than some hardscaping, but I was assuming when I sent the pictures that there were trees out. We don't have evidence of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out later.
Yeah.
We could, we have 2 years to really get them for the tree. Could we just wait until we have better information with aerial imagery to make that determination, or do you think we should,
Free stuff
you think
in
we're,
combination with this, I think that would be fine. Technically, I think you can still pursue wetlands fines, but you would fall out of the time frame for the non-criminal disposition.
right,
Town council told us that for wetlands fines, it pretty much follows the statute of limitations, but for non-criminal disposition fines under the act or under the state act and the bylaw, you have 15 days.
okay.
Is that 15 days from the violation? 15 days
From the violation or notice of the violation. So Chris saw it on Friday, the 23rd. So that would put us, I think, for June 6th, right? Unless it's another week and I can't count, but we're still within that period to issue up to $300 fines for the violation under non-criminal disposition.
Do we know exactly what was done?
Pretty much just redid this parking area, and I can't at the moment confirm any tree removal, but we can obviously confirm that Walnut Tree was there on Friday. And the police did not witness any tree removal either when they went to the site, because they entered the site. But I don't know if they walked all around, they just were probably in this area.
Charlotte, do you have a recommendation?
I'm kind of torn with this one because it clearly, from driving by earlier this week and a couple times the previous week, it's evident that right now he's not doing any more work. So in terms of getting an after the fact permit, if you guys want to do that, we don't, again, it's like, we only did that for the dock because it triggered a state permit as well. But typically we stick under the enforcement orders, and for every day you don't comply with an enforcement order, you can be fined up to $300 a day. So, I mean, for the enforcement order, I guess the question would be, what do you guys want to issue? Because it looks like the work's already done. So, but at the same point, I mean, this would only be related to this work that we can see. I think we could definitely put a tab in the tree stuff if anything was removed. But for this driveway little turnaround, part of it looked like it was existing, but he may have expanded it. This is in the riverfront. So I think if, you know, if you guys wanted to issue an enforcement order, I guess what kind of restoration actions would we want? Because clearly the work is already done here and there already was sort of an existing spot that may or may not have been expanded. So I don't really know what actions are left for this in particular because the site looks like it's been stabilized and no evident tree stuff. But I mean, that's why I was kind of considering like a fine, but you know, that would be just for this work right here that is evident. That wouldn't count for the tree stuff, which we can confirm at a later date.
And a fine, yeah, let's just say, I say we just issue a fine, double the permit fee for the.
Okay. And if we were to see this through a permitting application, would you guys have issued a negative determination for an RDA for this parking area within Riverfront and within the buffer zone to the coastal bank?
Because I mean, the
Yeah.
tree guys there, we don't know what was removed. I think it would be contingent on knowing some stuff that we don't know. So.
Okay. Well, if you go under Wetlands Protection Act, you still are, as far as town council told me, you're still within the statute of limitations. So if we want to investigate this a little bit, do you still want me to write him a letter, just, you know, noting the police report, or should we just hold off until we can see more of the site?
Yeah, I mean, let's write him a letter and see if he comes and just tells us what he did, and then we can deal with it rather
Yeah,
than.
no, this part is based on the police report. This part is very evident. The only part I can't confirm is the trees.
Yeah,
But Walnut was here. I mean, you saw the trucks.
I mean, I don't want you to have to be a private eye for the next like month and a half. So let's just issue a letter and a fine, and
Okay.
we'll take it from there.
So I guess if we wanted to do non-criminal disposition, we could issue a $300 fine and a violation letter noting everything that happened to date. And then if we find out additional trees are removed, we can always issue a separate enforcement order. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to stick with non-criminal disposition and just vote to issue a $300 fine with a violation notice?
That makes sense to me. I don't know. Does anyone?
Is that instead of issuing an enforcement order?
For this particular work for the parking area, yes. But not for the trees, which we can pursue separate enforcement as needed.
I don't quite understand why you would issue the fine without an enforcement order.
No, the fine is just a fine, so he either has to pay it or he can appeal to court. So enforcement order would be requiring him to do any additional actions, whereas a fine is just final. So the fines are a separate
The reason
type
I think
of-
the
yeah.
reason I say fine is because we just don't know what he did other than having worked there. So we could have an enforcement order if we find out with aerial imagery down the line that trees were removed. We can still do
Right.
that. I think for at least now, let's just.
It seems fairly obvious that he did work in the driveway.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that for sure. And it's in Riverfront.
And that seems to me to trigger the need for a violation and an enforcement order for him to come up with a notice of maybe a new notice of intent, but and if you do that, you're probably gonna it's gonna be more than the fine would be.
Yeah, and that's if you go under non-criminal disposition, but yeah, for if you were to issue an enforcement order with the order to issue after the fact permit, if he were to submit that after the fact NOI, he'd have to pay double the original filing fees. So if he's doing like work in a resource area or work on a single family home, that's like, it's $110, you double it for our bylaw, then you add all these other fees. So he'd be paying over $1,000 versus like $577.50 or something like that under normal circumstances. So he'd be paying double the filing fees. And then the enforcement order wouldn't be lifted until he submits that after the fact NOI. And for every day he doesn't comply with the enforcement order, you can fine him up to $300 a day. So if you want him to submit an after the fact NOI for this work in the riverfront, we can do that. That would be issued through an enforcement order with a deadline.
it's just tricky because we don't know what he did, and he.
I
is-
just know he redid this parking spot. Unfortunately, I can't confirm he did the tree work. I mean, I can see the tree company there, but they could have just been pruning.
Right, fine, let's just issue the enforcement order for that parking lot, and we'll take it from there. We can do another one if we have to. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, that's fine. So an enforcement order with a cease and desist and to submit an after the fact NOI, and then what deadline do we want to give him?
Whatever is.
30
standard.
days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I will make a motion for that.
Yeah, make a motion to issue an enforcement order, for 81 Border Street for unauthorized landscaping and hardscaping in the riverfront. Do I have a
With a cease and desist and submitting an NOI within 30 days.
Yes, with a cease and desist and requirement for submission of an NOI within 30 days after.
Okay.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan,
Second.
second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote then. Steve Magno,
Steve Magno, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, what do we have? 106 Howe Road. What's this one? Oh, this is the. Did you find out anything about this?
Yeah, so we have Whitney Newman. She's the property owner. So Whitney, I can pull up the plan, but per the enforcement order that was issued, we had issued a cease and desist for unauthorized work within a buffer zone and wetland, and Whitney and Dennis are both here. And they needed to submit a plan in some form by a necessary professional by June 5th. They have done that. They brought on John Zimmer, professional wetland scientist, to restore the area that was disturbed. And I think you guys have some photos for context. And in the meantime, I can also pull up the plan. I know the commission may or may not have had time to review this plan, but we can try to summarize it as best we can. But they have submitted a plan by the deadline. And I can pull up the document.
Thank you.
Yep. And Charlotte, I assume you can hear me?
Yep.
So this is our property. Well, first of all, appreciate the committee reviewing our requests. I know it's late, so we'll be quick. You know, our objective is to finish restoring the area on the south side of our property that abuts the BVW. We had significant flooding there, and we had a bunch of garbage that amassed along our property line, PVC pipes, flagpoles, a vacuum cleaner hose, like a bunch of dead wood on the other side of these rocks. And so as part of that cleanup, we had these rocks removed and had landscapers come in to help clean that area up. And so that is the area that we're talking about. Here's another picture of what that looks like. It was just a bunch of dead wood that had floated into our yard and to the edge of our property. And so apologies that we didn't seek approval firsthand. We thought we were helping, not disturbing. But it was kind of this kind of garbage that kind of amassed at our property line and into our property that we sought to clean up. And so we did submit a restoration plan with John Zimmer, who said that he will work directly with Charlotte and us to make sure that we comply. As part of that plan, he's put together a variety of 20 to 30 different native wetland shrubs that he is designated to put along that border where we had removed all of this garbage on the south side of our property.
Okay, thank you.
And I do have just an area, this was from when we built our house. So this is on Howe Road. I probably should have started with that. This is the area that we're talking about. There's a culvert here where the Big B is, that's what gets clogged and floods the area. The picture that I showed was from on the other side of this A, from our yard looking into the wetlands. So this whole area around A and B is what now floods and then moves into our yard, and all of the garbage amasses along that south side of our property.
Okay. Charlotte, this is like an isolated area. Is this a result of just like drainage problems in this area?
I think it's a combination. So last year they were experiencing drainage problems, and they did consult the town, who did some emergency catch basin cleaning. Even though Howell Road is private, you can still do some emergency cleaning under Mass General Law. And then I believe the Newmans hired, was Rosano to clean the existing drainage pipe that we see on the plan here? Was it Rosano or another company?
It was Paul Davis.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Paul Davis, Rosano. Yeah. So they had cleaned out this pipe that you can see runs underneath the front lawn and pops out in front of the or just within the wetland. So they did clean that out. And so that had alleviated some of the flooding, but I think over time, they've noticed this within recent years, that this area keeps flooding more and more. So, was this March this year, or was this last year?
This particular photo was last year.
Okay.
But this area still floods.
Okay. Well, in terms of
and our house no longer floods as far as we know, but our home would get 6 inches of water in it every time it rained. Now, when we cleaned out that pipe, we haven't had, when I think we cleaned out 2 storm drains and then cleaned the pipe, and the combination of all 3 of those seemed to have helped, but we don't necessarily know for sure. But we haven't had our home flood recently.
Well, since April of 2024, we haven't had
Yeah,
flooding
yeah.
or pooling of water in our yard.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm satisfied with the restoration plan. I took a look at it. I don't have any questions. Does Steve, any questions? Anyone else?
No, I was reading the restoration plan, and it seems pretty reasonable.
Okay.
I suspect it was something they probably were going to do anyway, if all they were doing was removing that debris.
Yeah. Sanji?
No, that makes sense. So, I would think their contractor should have known, been more aware of the Wetland Protection Act, but that's not on them at all.
And Kathy?
No comment.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, Sanji, sorry, just a couple, just one clarification item that in the enforcement order, the violator is listed as Jay McKinnon, and obviously the property owners are listed because so they are listed, but I told both parties to just work on a plan together. But it seems like that Whitney, I think you told me today that you're moving forward with it, and you're kind of leaving the contractor out of it this time around. But yeah, it was kind of like, it doesn't matter to us who submits the plan, but as long as a plan is submitted. But that's why both parties are listed, because they were the ones doing the work.
Got it.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry for the plan. If the commission doesn't have any comments, there were just a few things in the enforcement order that I think we can keep as conditions to carry out this plan, to make sure that we understand if any work is occurring on an abutting property. We did want to make sure we delineate that property line prior to planting. I know the Newmans have attempted to contact the property owners who are abutting them. I don't know if it doesn't sound like you've made contact yet as of today, but we will need to notify them. I mean, we're gonna require this restoration work be done, but we just want to make sure that we're aware if anything is occurring on different properties. And then has John flagged the wetland yet, or
Not,
was that
he was
not yet?
waiting to see kind of how this call, like how this call went this evening and.
Right.
As of, next week and get things going.
Okay. Yeah.
Right to plant right now. I mean.
Yes.
If we are ready to go and he was
Mhm.
really crucial that we do the plantings as soon as possible.
Yes.
So it takes and. So.
Yeah, and that was something that John Zimmer had definitely recommended to start planting right away because it's an optimal time, because otherwise dragging this out, it would mean they can't plant until the fall, and then you might have more encroachment with existing invasive vegetation.
Yeah.
So yeah, if the commission's comfortable with keeping the enforcement order open with this approved plan, we can still delineate the property, flag the wetland, and then start the work pretty much immediately with the planting that Mr. Zimmer has submitted.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, so I will then, I'm good with that. I will
Okay.
make a motion then to, do I have to make a motion? What are we doing if we're keeping it?
I would make a motion to approve the submitted plan as part of the ongoing enforcement order. And then we can just keep the enforcement order open until all work is done. And then it'll be up to the commission if you want to keep it open for monitoring or lift it and then just kind of work with the owners administratively.
Okay, and I wouldn't issue any conditions, obviously, until we close the enforcement.
The current conditions are, well, actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I'll revise that. We should vote to amend the enforcement order to lift the cease and desist and approve the restoration plan to be carried out. And then I guess the last question would be, does the commission want the initial planting completed? They are going to start right away, but I think we could give them a similar deadline to the other enforcement order of like November 15th or December 15th, maybe December 15th, because sometimes depending on the season, you can plant that late. Is the commission okay with that, to finish the initial planting by December 15th if they're going to start right away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry, that would be vote to amend the EO to the enforcement order to lift the cease and desist and approve the restoration plan with an initial completion deadline of December 15th, 2025 for the initial planting.
Got it. All right. I got it. I will make then a motion to lift the cease and desist and authorize the wetlands restoration plan for 106 Howe Road with the condition that all the initial plantings be completed by, would you say December?
December 15th, 2025. Yeah.
December 15th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Thank you. Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanju Fernando.
Sanju Fernando, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Okay.
Great.
Awesome. And Whitney and Dennis, I guess we'll be in touch to kind of go out on site, meet with John Zimmer and get that work started.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For your time.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Have a good
guys.
night.
Good night.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Okay, next up, we got some certificates of compliance.
Okay. I'll try to go through these as best quickly as I can. So we do have Rich
wanted to
Whalen,
see-
the property owner for 44 Little Harbor. So this was a notice of intent. I will just note there is an administrative stormwater permit, but I am gonna, work with that on my end and just see what you guys have to say about the NOI. So just quickly going through, the site is 100% stabilized. Walked the site with Rich and with the engineer earlier this week. There are just a couple things that I'll note to the commission that just have to be completed, and we are going to see tonight if you guys are okay with a contingent COC. But I'll just note a few of the changes, some of which I had discussed with the professionals on the site. Some of the stormwater stuff was modified because what they did was they actually reduced the impervious surface on the site. They took the driveway was originally proposed to be paved, and they changed it to gravel. They still have the trench drains and the Coltech chambers on. Sorry, I'll pull up the plan. But they still have those installed. But because they reduced overall impervious, they did shrink the size of 2 of the chambers in front of the home because they also revised the drip system to cover a certain portion of the house. You didn't have as much draining into the system. So they still put in chambers on both sides of the house. They're just slightly modified. The engineer has signed off on that change because it is an overall reduction in impervious on the site. They did, some of the walkways that were supposed to be pervious were impervious. However, it's still an overall decrease on the site and no additional increase in the buffer zones than planned because the pool was not constructed. They decided not to build the pool and they're okay with closing the permits out just to, close everything from the housing perspective. Sorry, I was trying to pull this up. Can you guys see this, the plan that was approved? I know there's a lot of dots everywhere, but can you guys see that?
Yes.
Are you good? Okay. And then just a couple things that have left to be completed. So as the commission may be aware, there were some additional mitigation plantings that were required from a previous violation. So half the plantings half the trees have been installed. I think there's about 8 left to be planted. Rich, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 8 left. So I will work with him to plant those if the commission would be open to issuing a COC contingent upon all those mitigation plantings going in the places that they're specified to be in. So some of the plantings were getting bumped out further into the grass area to kind of put them back in a similar spot. Those coordinates were given to the landscape architect and the owners. So if the commission's okay with it, I can work with Rich to ensure that those plantings are finished and issue the COC when they're installed. And then same thing with the last thing is this daylight pipe here doesn't have the crushed stone yet. So that would be for the stormwater permit, but I can also make that a contingent upon condition for the COC for the wetlands permit if you guys are open to that. So those are the only 2 things on the plan that have left to be done. Other than that, the site's stable. Pool was not built per their decision. There was an overall reduction in impervious on the site because the driveway was changed to gravel. And then some of these walkways may be impervious now, but there's still an overall decrease on the site.
Charlotte, don't we not usually issue the COC until the plantings have survived for 3 years?
No, we usually issue that as an ongoing condition. So like we want to see initial planting all done. We want to see final site stabilization. But we issue condition number 41, which is in our template, that all plantings have to survive 3 full growing seasons or be replaced. So we've issued that pretty standard. But for this mitigation plan where these trees in green here had to be planted in addition to the original landscape plan. So half of these trees have been installed and I think about 8 of them have to be installed. And I think, Rich, you said June 17th was the date that they're coming in. So it's in like a week and a half. It's okay if you can't. Yeah. So yeah, if you guys are okay with voting on a COC, I can issue it once all these plantings, the rest of these mitigation plantings in green are installed.
So we'd issue it, but you wouldn't
You would vote on it. I'm sorry. So you would vote if you wanted to, you would vote to issue a COC contingent upon the final mitigation plantings being installed and confirmed by me. But that would be if you guys are comfortable with that. If you want to, wait until the next meeting because the plantings would have been installed by then, you can do that.
Is there a rush for this? Are they selling the house or something? What's the need for this to do before it's done? We don't usually do it before it's done.
Can I get the CO?
What's the rush?
Hi, Rich. How's it going?
Good.
Is there a sale pending or something that we need this to be done like today?
There's no sale pending. I just was hoping to get the CO.
Okay. Got it. Other commissioners, how do we feel about this issuing this with the contingency that contingent on the plantings and the whatever crushed stone or whatever's missing? Steve, any issue with that?
I don't have any issue with that. I mean, it's probably, if he's got the trees coming in this week, it's probably done before our next meeting anyways.
Okay. Kathy, Sanji, any issues with that?
I don't have any issues. with it. It's fine with me.
Fine. Then I will issue, excuse me, I will make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 22-13 and 44 Little Harbor Road, contingent upon the completion of the planting plans as shown on the plan, which can be verified by the agent as well as the crushed stone that was on the original plan.
And Chris, would you be okay with issuing the standard conditions as well for condition
Yes.
40, no herbicides, et cetera, and the condition 41 that all plantings have to survive at least 3 full growing seasons or be replaced?
Standard.
Okay.
Standard,
Yeah.
conditions as well.
Okay.
described. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great, thank you. With the motion a second, I will take a roll call vote. Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Next up, we have certificate of compliance for NOI 22-15 and stormwater permit 22-12, 46 Hobart Lane. Anyone for this one, Kathleen? Charlotte?
Yep. So this one is a full stormwater permit. Just closing these out here. So this was a notice of intent and a stormwater permit to raise and rebuild the home, pretty much for the most part in a similar spot, but a little bit further away in the out of the buffer zone. So this is the as-built for the planting. I'll note a few changes there. This is the as-built for the overall site. This may jog your memory, but there were landscaped areas in the 50-foot buffer that were kind of turned into mitigation areas, 3,100 square foot of plantings, the home here, auto court, etc. The stormwater infiltration system here was just shifted. It was originally around here. It was just shifted a little bit up to avoid existing utilities. The overall impervious has not changed on the site. And I will note some of the planting changes. So for the most part, everything was planted per plan. There were some additional trees right here on the northerly end that were red cedars that were supposed to be added, and 3 of them are on the site right now. So there's 1 missing, but these 3 are actually, they look a little brown, they look a little crispy. I don't think they're going to survive. These other trees in the corner here, they look more okay. Yeah, they're okay for now. So there's 1 here, 1 red cedar here, a couple here, 3 here. So, I mean, these look okay, but these ones here, they kind of look mostly dead. So I would definitely want to see those replaced. And I guess the question to the commission is, would you guys want to see those replaced before a COC is issued or before you guys even vote on it? And then there were a few, there was a drainage change, which I do have Brennan here to explain in case I mess it up. But for the most part, the as-built plan shows a catch basin in the patio, drainage connections to the home that were to install the infiltration system. But the approved as-built plan, as you guys can see here, doesn't show the drainage connections to the system in front of the home. So the engineer had clarified that they did request to move the infiltration system, and there are 4 vertical outlet inspection ports placed near the corners of the system, outflow directed from the front yard and 2 directed in the rear yard. All the roof leaders were designed to daylight, and they're connected to the subsurface system. So these slight changes here do result in still an overall decrease in the peak rate and volume. So in terms of the stormwater permit, there was a slight design change from the original design, but it doesn't make the conditions worse, and the overall post runoff calculations are still an overall decrease. I know I kind of butchered that pretty badly. So Brendan, if you want to clarify anything additional, but other than that, those are really the only changes. And it's really just determining for me on my end, if you guys are even okay with issuing a COC, or if you guys want to wait to see these 3 or 4 trees replaced. But other than that, the entire planting plan was essentially followed. All the stuff is there. The maple trees are in the front. There's a other plantings around the back. There were a couple that were added, but for the most part, there were no reductions in plantings, obviously.
So here's a question. We just
Yeah.
did a COC for a plan,
Yeah.
hadn't even planted all the plants yet. How is this, what do you call it? A continuous condition?
Contingent upon, yeah. So
No,
I mean, like,
the-
they would have, the reason why I'm asking you guys this is because technically under condition 41, which we issue with COCs anyway, they'd be obligated to replace them. But since we are at the end of the project, the question is obviously, do you guys want to see those plantings replaced first, or do you want to issue the COC and they're obligated to replace them anyway? Or I can
Yeah,
issue the
I mean,
COC once I see the
I
plantings
think-
put back in.
I mean, they did the plantings and now they're obligated to
Replace them.
They completed the initial
Mm-hmm.
conditions.
Yeah.
Now they need to replace them as the ongoing condition would specify. So
Yeah, so that's why it's like, I don't know how much of a preference you guys have. I was actually more unsure about the previous COC request. This one, I would feel more comfortable with the COC because it would have been a part of the ongoing conditions anyway. The only tricky part is I'm obviously not coming to the site, to every site after a COC is issued every single year to check out plantings. The responsibility is on the applicant. And if we were to ever find out those plantings were not replaced, we can obviously bring them in. But yeah, since I clearly saw them mostly dead in this little cluster here, that's why I'm just kind of letting you guys know if you want to see them replaced first, or if you want me to just issue a COC, but then note, you need to give me the plantings to be replaced or
I
something.
think we got to do that. We got to get some of the stuff off our table, and
Yeah.
it's an ongoing condition. Just let them know that they're obligated to replace it. That's what I think.
Okay.
Anyone else
No.
have a different opinion there?
Nope.
All right, so then I will make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 22-15 and stormwater permit 22 dash 1246 Hobart Lane with the agent notifying them that they need to replace the dead trees that she observed.
Okay. And then Chris, would that be okay to also issue that COC with the ongoing conditions 40, 41, and then this one had a pool, so it'd be the pool best management practices,
Yeah.
condition 52?
Yep.
Okay.
Boilerplate. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And last COC, we have NOI 21.
Oh, sorry. You guys vote on that?
Oh, sorry. Didn't we? Oh, I'm getting delusional.
Yep.
I
Same.
make a motion to yeah, I made the motion, didn't I? Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
All right, I'll take a roll call vote. Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanju Fernando,
Sanju Fernando, aye.
Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Okay. This one's the easiest, guys. This is 46 Gammons. This also had an administrative stormwater permit. I saw no stormwater issues on the site. So this is just an NOI for you guys to vote on. The pool was installed per plan. The retaining wall was installed per plan. Pool equipment outside of the 100-foot buffer. The only thing I didn't find was a little transition strip that you guys can see here between the grass and the driveway. This is outside the 100-foot buffer. So in all honesty, I'm not concerned. That was really the only thing that I did not note on site. No trees were removed. The only thing I'll just mention is a little bit of the patio was extended here, but this looks like it was existing ledge. This is a permit before my time. So this patio, there's just a little bit more patio that came out here in the 100-foot buffer, but not the 50. So I would say with the ledge that was existing here, I don't really think there's much of an increase in impervious, but other than that, there were no other changes to the plans.
Okay. Good. I will make a motion then to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 21-12 on 46 Gammons Road. Do I have a second?
Oh, sorry. Can we do the same conditions, 40, 41, and 52?
Yes, with the same, with the conditions 41, 41, 42. 40, 41, 42. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Sanju Fernando.
Sanju Fernando, aye.
Great, that vote passes 4-0-0. Very good.
Thanks, Brennan, for sticking around.
No problem, guys. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you. Have a good night. It's late. I don't think you guys need to hear my updates other than the fact that the fee schedule is going to be on the next agenda. So if you guys are okay with that, I don't need to read my updates if you guys don't have questions.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. My updates are rarely important unless I have 48-hour updates for you guys. So.
Well, if they are, you make sure to make them.
Yep. No, I'll definitely let you know if they're urgent.
And with that, then I make a motion to adjourn. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Good job. Thanks,
All
everyone.
right. Thanks, guys.
Good
Sorry
night.
for the long night.
Have a good
Have a good weekend.
Night.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Melissa.